Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've never been able to shake what happened that night at Ravenhill Cemetery. It's been 3 years, but sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat, feeling like something, is watching me from the corner of my bedroom. I need to get this off my chest, even if no one believes me. Maybe writing it down will help me process what actually happened. I was 16 at the time, and my best friend Amber and I were going through this phase where we were obsessed with paranormal stuff. We'd binge-watch ghost hunting shows, swap creepy stories, and constantly dare each other to do increasingly stupid things. We lived in Glenwood, this boring little town where nothing exciting ever happened. The kind of place where the biggest news was when the grocery store started carrying a new flavor of ice cream. It was mid-October, the air was getting chilly, and Halloween decorations were starting to pop up around town. Amber came over to my house after school one Friday, and we were flipping through this old book about communicating with spirits that I'd found at a yard sale. "We should make our own Ouija board," she said, not looking up from the page she was reading. "My mom would kill me if she found out," I replied, though I was already imagining how we could do it. "So we don't tell her," Amber shrugged. "We could even try it somewhere else, like Ravenhill." I felt a little jolt of excitement mixed with fear. Ravenhill Cemetery was this massive, ancient graveyard on the outskirts of town. It had these huge old trees, crumbling headstones dating back to the 1800s, and this creepy stone mausoleum right in the center. The place was surrounded by a tall, wrought-iron fence, and the gates were always locked at sundown. I'd heard stories about Ravenhill my whole life. Kids at school swore they'd seen floating lights among the tombstones at night. My cousin claimed he'd heard voices whispering when he walked past it. Old Mrs. Jenkins, who lived across from the cemetery, was always telling anyone who would listen about the unnatural happenings she witnessed from her kitchen window. "That would be so messed up," I said, trying to sound reluctant. "Isn't that like super disrespectful to the dead or something?" "Oh, come on, Melissa, don't be such a baby," Amber rolled her eyes. "It's just a game. Besides, if we're going to talk to spirits, we might as well go where they actually are, right?" I should have said no. I should have suggested we just watch another horror movie or something, but there was this part of me that wanted to know if any of it was real. Were the stories true? Could we actually contact someone from the other side? So we spent the next few hours making our board. We found an old piece of cardboard in my garage, painted it black, and used a silver marker to draw the letters, numbers, yes, no, and goodbye in a semicircle. For the planchette, we cut out a heart shape from a plastic folder and glued a small magnifying glass in the center that Amber had in her science kit. The whole time we were making it, I kept getting this weird feeling, like someone was watching us. I'd look over my shoulder, but no one was there. Just my bedroom with its faded blue walls and the pile of clothes I hadn't put away. We decided to go to Ravenhill that same night. My mum was working the late shift at the hospital, so I didn't have to worry about sneaking out. We waited until it was dark, around 9 o'clock, and then headed out, bundled up in our hoodies with flashlights and the homemade Ouija board stuffed in my backpack. The walk to Ravenhill took about 20 minutes, and with each step, my anxiety grew. The streets were mostly empty, just a few cars passing by. The closer we got to the cemetery, the quieter everything became. When we finally reached the main entrance, we stood there staring at the iron gates, locked tight with a heavy chain. "There's a spot where the fence is lower on the east side," Amber whispered, like someone might hear us even though the nearest house was Mrs. Jenkins, and she was probably asleep by now. We walked along the perimeter until we found the spot she was talking about. Even there, the fence was still about 6 feet tall, but there was an old oak tree with branches hanging over it. Amber went first, climbing the tree with surprising agility and then dropping down on the other side. I followed, nearly ripping my jeans on a sharp piece of metal at the top. Once inside, the cemetery felt different than it did during the day. I'd been there before for my grandfather's funeral a few years back, but at night, the place transformed. The rows of tombstones cast long shadows in the moonlight. The air was completely still, no breeze at all, and it was quiet, like unnaturally quiet. No crickets chirping, no distant traffic sounds, nothing. "It's so creepy," I whispered, my breath visible in the cold air. "That's the point," Amber replied, but I could tell she was a little freaked out too. Her voice had a slight tremor to it. We made our way through the cemetery, our flashlights bobbing over weathered headstones and angel statues with blank eyes that seemed to follow us. We decided to set up near the center, where there was this flat tombstone that almost looked like a table. "This is perfect," Amber said, brushing away some dead leaves from the surface. I took out our homemade Ouija board and placed it on the tombstone. The silver letters seemed to glow faintly in the moonlight. We positioned our flashlights so they illuminated the board, creating this eerie spotlight effect. "Okay, so we both put our fingers on the planchette, and we're not supposed to push it," I said, remembering what I'd read. "The spirits are supposed to move it themselves." "I know how it works," Amber said, sitting cross-legged on one side of the tombstone while I sat on the other. We placed our fingertips lightly on the plastic heart. For several minutes, nothing happened. We asked if anyone was there, if any spirit wanted to communicate with us. The planchette remained still. "Maybe we need to be more specific," Amber suggested. "Is there anyone who died in Ravenhill Cemetery who wants to talk to us tonight?" And that's when it started moving. At first, I thought Amber was pushing it. I actually glared at her across the board, but I could tell by the look of shock on her face that she wasn't. The planchette moved slowly at first, then with more purpose, sliding from letter to letter. Elizabeth. "Elizabeth?" I whispered. "Is that your name?" The planchette circled, "Yes." My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Are you a ghost?" I asked, immediately feeling stupid for asking such an obvious question. The planchette didn't move to yes or no. Instead, it spelled out WATCHING. "What do you mean, watching?" Amber asked, her voice barely audible. "Are you watching us?" As soon as she asked that question, I felt the air around us change. It was like someone had opened a freezer door. The temperature dropped so suddenly that I gasped. My breath came out in a thick cloud, and I started shivering uncontrollably. "Do you feel that?" I hissed at Amber. She nodded, her eyes wide with fear. "It's freezing." That's when I felt it, the unmistakable sensation of being watched. You know that feeling when you can just tell someone is staring at you? It was like that, but 100 times more intense. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I had this overwhelming urge to run. I looked up from the board and scanned the darkness around us. The mausoleum was about 20 yards away, its stone facade gleaming dully in the moonlight. For a split second, I thought I saw movement in the shadows beside it, a darker patch of darkness that seemed to shift. "Amber," I whispered. "I think there's someone over by the mausoleum." "Stop it," she said sharply, but her eyes darted nervously in that direction. The planchette started moving again, faster this time, like it was urgent. BEHINDYOU. We both heard it at the same time. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps on the gravel path behind us. They didn't sound normal, though. They were too heavy, too wrong somehow. I couldn't move. It was like my body had frozen solid with fear. Amber was the one who broke first. She yanked her hands off the planchette and scrambled to her feet. "We need to go," she said, her voice cracking. Now! That snapped me out of my paralysis. I grabbed my backpack but left the Ouija board on the tombstone. The footsteps were getting closer, and I swear I could feel breath on the back of my neck, cold and damp. We ran. We ran faster than I've ever run in my life, weaving between gravestones, our flashlights bouncing wildly, casting crazy shadows that made it seem like the whole cemetery was alive and moving around us. I risked a glance back and immediately wished I hadn't. There was a figure following us. I couldn't make out any details. It was just a dark silhouette against the night sky. But it was tall, too tall to be human, and it moved with this unnatural smoothness, like it was gliding rather than walking. "Don't look back!" Amber screamed, grabbing my arm and pulling me forward. We reached the fence and practically threw ourselves at the tree, scrambling up the trunk and over the iron spikes with pure adrenaline-fueled desperation. I felt my hoodie tear as it caught on something, but I didn't care. We dropped down on the other side and kept running all the way back to my house. We burst through my front door, locked it behind us, and collapsed in the hallway, gasping for breath. For several minutes we couldn't speak, just stared at each other with wide, terrified eyes. "What the hell was that?" Amber finally managed between breaths. "I don't know," I said, my voice shaking. "But we shouldn't have left the board. We didn't say goodbye." As soon as the words left my mouth, all the lights in my house flickered. Not just flickered, they pulsed like a heartbeat. That night, Amber and I stayed huddled in my living room with every light turned on, jumping at every creak and groan of the house. We didn't sleep at all. When dawn finally broke, Amber called her mum to come pick her up. She was too scared to walk home alone. I thought that would be the end of it, that we'd had our scare, learned our lesson, and could move on. I was so wrong. For weeks afterward, strange things kept happening. I'd wake up in the middle of the night to find my bedroom door wide open, even though I always closed it before going to sleep. Objects would disappear and reappear in different places. My phone would ring with no caller ID, and when I answered, there would just be this static noise with what sounded like whispers buried underneath. The worst was when I started seeing her, Elizabeth. Just glimpses at first. A woman in old-fashioned clothes reflected in windows or mirrors, always gone when I turned to look directly. Then she started appearing in my dreams, standing at the foot of my bed, her face hidden in shadow, whispering words I couldn't quite make out. Amber experienced similar things. She said her little brother's toys would turn on by themselves in the middle of the night. She found scratches on her bedroom wall that looked like someone had tried to carve letters. After about a month, we couldn't take it anymore. We researched how to close a connection with the spirit and found we needed to go back to Ravenhill with a new Ouija board and properly end the session. So we did. We went back during the day this time, jumping the fence when no one was around. Our original board was gone from the tombstone, which freaked us out even more. We used a new one, and as soon as we placed our fingers on the planchette, it moved violently. Notelizabeth. "What do you mean?" I asked, my mouth dry with fear. "Who are you then?" The planchette circled around the board before spelling TRAPPEDYOU. We said goodbye immediately, practically shouting it, and got out of there as fast as we could. The weird occurrences gradually stopped after that, but I've never been able to shake the feeling that something is still watching me. Sometimes I'll be alone in my room, and I'll catch a whiff of something sickly sweet, like decaying flowers. Or I'll wake up at exactly 3:15 in the morning, feeling like someone just whispered my name. Amber and I don't talk about that night anymore. We're still friends, but there's this unspoken thing between us now, this shared experience we can't explain and don't want to remember. I've tried researching the history of Ravenhill, trying to find any record of an Elizabeth who might be buried there, but I've never found anything conclusive. I don't know what we contacted that night. I don't know if it was a ghost, a demon, or just our overactive imaginations combined with the power of suggestion. All I know is that I will never touch a Ouija board again. and I still can't walk past Ravenhill Cemetery without feeling like someone, or something, is watching me from behind the iron fence, waiting for me to come back. Story 2. I've been living in this house for nearly 25 years now, and I can honestly say it has never truly felt like home. Not in the way other people describe their homes, as places of comfort and safety. There's always been something off about this place. Let me start with some background. Our house sits on what used to be swampland, with a power pole directly on the property, something that's caused no end of problems with the electric company. The structure itself is strange. The basement was built in the mid-70s and is completely finished, but the upper section is actually an older home that was moved here from somewhere else. No one seems to know exactly how old that upper part is or where it came from. This weird hybrid house has never felt right, and I think that's where all our problems began. The strange stuff started happening almost immediately after we moved in. My mom would constantly see or talk to me when I wasn't even there. I can't count how many times she'd say, "But I just saw you downstairs," or "I was just talking to you in the kitchen," when I had been somewhere else entirely. I remember one incident that still gives me chills. I was 15 at the time, watching TV upstairs in the living room. My mom came up from the basement looking confused and slightly annoyed. "Why did you change your clothes?" she asked me. "What?" "I didn't," I replied, gesturing to the jeans and t-shirt I'd been wearing all day. The color drained from her face. "Olivia, I just saw you downstairs. You were wearing a blue sweater. I asked if you wanted a snack, and you said yes." I hadn't been downstairs for hours. Whatever she saw, it wasn't me, but it looked like me, and it spoke with my voice. Another time she went downstairs to ask me something. She stood outside my bedroom door and called my name. She heard me answer, "Yeah?" from inside the room. She asked if I could help with dinner, and my voice replied, "I'll be up in a minute." 5 minutes later, she found me upstairs in the living room where I'd been the entire time. When we checked my bedroom, it was empty, but it wasn't just my mom who experienced these things. I've had similar experiences with something mimicking my stepfather's voice. I would hear him calling me from down the hallway, but when I'd go to see what he wanted, no one would be there. This happened repeatedly, like something was trying to lure me into empty spaces of the house. One evening, about 20 years ago, my stepfather was napping on the couch after work. He suddenly woke up and saw a man standing in the doorway between the living room and the kitchen. Before my stepfather could say anything, this, whatever it was, looked directly at him and said, "I'm not afraid of you." My stepfather jumped up and the figure simply vanished. He wasn't a man who scared easily, but I remember how shaken he was after that incident. He kept saying, "It was so real, so damn real." Then there was the incident that happened 19 years ago. My stepfather had just been diagnosed with cancer, and we were all trying to process that devastating news. One evening, he was sitting in the living room when he suddenly went pale. He pointed toward the kitchen and said, "Do you see them? The two women in long dresses?" None of us saw anything, but he was adamant that two women in old-fashioned dresses had walked right through our kitchen and disappeared through the wall. That was the last day he ever spent in this house. He went to the hospital the next day for treatment and ended up staying there. He passed away 3 months later. Sometimes I wonder if what he saw were harbingers of some kind, coming to collect him. For years after his death, we would hear the back door loudly open and shut during the night. This wasn't the subtle creaking of a house settling. This was the distinct sound of the door opening, the squeak of the hinges, the sound of it closing, and the latch clicking into place. We'd check every single time, and the door would always be locked and closed. This happened nearly every night until I placed a blessed cross on the door. After that, the door noises stopped, but everything else continued. My cousin visited us once about 20 years ago. She stayed overnight and left the next morning looking exhausted. She later told me that something had been calling her name all night. She heard whispers coming from the corners of the guest room, saying her name over and over. She never visited again. She flat out refuses to set foot in this house. Then there's the water issues. God, the water issues. We've had 2 complete basement floodings, multiple burst pipes, 3 broken water heaters, washing machine floods, and constant plumbing problems. Plumbers have checked everything and can never find the root cause. They always say something like, well, this is built on old swampland, so water problems are to be expected. But it feels deliberate somehow, like the house is trying to reclaim its swampy origins. But the ghost cat, that's what really convinces me there's something supernatural about this place. Multiple people have seen it, not just family members but visitors too. It's a solid black cat with visible eyes that appears completely real until you try to touch it. Then it simply vanishes. We've never owned a black cat. None of our neighbors have ever owned a black cat. Yet this phantom feline appears randomly, walking through rooms, sitting on furniture, and disappearing when approached. My brother's friend refused to come back after seeing the cat walk through a closed door. My niece saw it sitting on her bed and tried to pet it, only to have her hand pass right through it. The cat doesn't appear often, maybe once every few months, but when it does, it's so solid and real looking that you don't realize it's not a normal cat until it does something impossible. When we first moved in, we discovered strange things about the previous owners. They had left in a hurry after getting divorced. We found fist punch holes in the walls that had been hastily covered with wallpaper. The neighbors told us that family had only lived here for 2 years before they split up and sold the place. Before them, another family lasted just 3 years. No one stays in this house long, except us. We've endured 25 years of this, and sometimes I wonder why we haven't left. It's like the house has some kind of hold on us. Or maybe we just normalize the weirdness over time. I've developed theories over the years. I think something in this house feeds on negativity. When tensions are high, when people are arguing or upset, the strange occurrences increase. During periods of relative peace, things quiet down, not completely but noticeably. I've also noticed that animals react strangely here. Every pet we've ever had has had spots in the house they refuse to enter. Our current dog won't go near the basement stairs. He'll stand at the top and growl, but nothing will make him go down. Previous dogs had different forbidden zones. One wouldn't enter the master bedroom, another would bark at empty corners. Last summer, I was home alone during a thunderstorm. The power went out, and I was sitting in the living room with just candles for light. I distinctly heard footsteps upstairs, heavy and deliberate. Then came the sound of dragging, like someone was pulling something heavy across the floor. I froze, unable to move or call out. The dragging continued for maybe 30 seconds, then stopped. Then came 3 loud bangs, like someone pounding on the ceiling floor between the upper level and where I was sitting. I finally worked up the courage to go upstairs with my flashlight. Nothing was out of place. Nothing had been moved. But the temperature upstairs was at least 15 degrees colder than the rest of the house, cold enough that I could see my breath. It was July. I've had friends stay over who wake up feeling like someone was sitting on their chest, pressing down so they couldn't breathe or move. I've woken up to find furniture rearranged, nothing dramatic, just chairs pulled out from tables or pictures hanging slightly crooked, as if someone had bumped into them. Sometimes when I'm home alone, I hear conversations, not clear enough to make out words, but definitely the cadence and tone of people talking. It sounds like it's coming from another room, but when I check, there's nothing. No TV or radio left on, no open windows where I might be hearing neighbors. The most recent incident happened just last week. I was in the kitchen making dinner when I heard what sounded like a child's laugh coming from the basement. I live alone now. My mom moved out years ago after remarrying. There shouldn't have been anyone in the house but me. The laugh came again, high-pitched and gleeful, followed by the sound of running footsteps. I stood at the top of the basement stairs, heart pounding, trying to work up the courage to go down. As I stood there, I felt a cold draft coming up from below, and then I smelled something strange, like wet earth and something metallic, almost like blood. Then the basement door slammed shut, nearly hitting me in the face. I didn't open it again until morning. I've had the house blessed twice. I've had paranormal investigators come. They got some EVP recordings, but nothing conclusive. I've researched the land's history and found nothing particularly tragic or unusual beyond it being drained swampland. I should leave. I know I should. But after 25 years, where would I go? And sometimes I think, what if these things aren't attached to the house, but to me? What if I take them with me wherever I go? Last night, I woke up at exactly 3:15 in the morning to find someone sitting on the edge of my bed. In the dim light coming through the window, I could make out the silhouette of a woman with long hair. She was humming softly, a tune I didn't recognize. I couldn't move or speak. She slowly turned her head toward me, but where her face should have been, there was just darkness, a void. She reached out a hand toward my face, and I finally managed to scream. When I turned on the light, she was gone. But this morning, there was mud on the floor beside my bed. Wet, swampy mud that couldn't possibly have come from anywhere inside my clean, carpeted house. Story 3. I've never told this story to anyone outside my immediate family. Even typing it up now makes my hands sweat and my heart race a bit. I guess I need to get it out there, though. See if anyone else has experienced anything similar. I grew up in a small town in Kansas, the kind where everyone knows everyone's business, and the most exciting thing that happens is when someone gets a new car. Our house was one of the first built in the town back in the 1920s, and it had quite the history. According to the previous owners and town records, it was originally a moonshiner's party house during Prohibition. Makes sense, given how isolated it was at the time. The layout of our house was unusual, to say the least. The most distinctive feature was this strange room situated between the first and second floors. It wasn't quite a half floor, more like someone had wedged a log cabin between two normal floors of a house. My parents called it the den, and tried to make it cozy with a big leather couch and some bookshelves, but there was something about that room that never felt right. The den had these really thick log walls with a massive stone fireplace that dominated one wall. Above the fireplace hung this ancient moose head trophy from the 20s, glass eyes that somehow always seemed to follow you. The previous owners left it because it was part of the house's character. I hated that thing. The room was lit by this huge, ornate chandelier that my dad proudly told everyone was salvaged from the old Douglas Opera House when it was demolished in the 60s. It was beautiful, but somehow the light it cast always seemed a bit too dim, creating these weird shadows in the corners. But the strangest feature was the door. It was solid wood, at least an inch thick, with this complicated locking mechanism that seemed excessive for an interior door. Dad explained that it was designed that way to keep the police out during Prohibition raids. You could lock it from the inside with 3 different bolts. Who puts a door like that on a den? From the very first night we moved in, I couldn't sleep in that room. My parents tried to use it as a guest room initially, setting up a pull-out bed from the couch. I remember lying there, staring at the ceiling, feeling like someone was standing right next to the bed, just watching me. The air felt different in there, heavier somehow, like it was pressing down on my chest. After the 3rd night of me sneaking upstairs to sleep on the floor of my actual bedroom, they gave up and just made it a family room. Even our pets wouldn't stay in there. Our dog Rusty would stop at the threshold, hackles raised, and refuse to enter no matter what treats we offered. Our cat Mittens would hiss any time we tried to bring her in. Animals know things we don't, I guess. There were other weird things about the house too. On the 2nd floor, there was this tiny room, barely big enough for a crib, with no doorknob on the inside. just a smooth wooden door that you could only open from the hallway. My mum used it as a storage closet, but sometimes I'd find the door slightly ajar when I knew it had been closed. The home office on the first floor had a door that would randomly get stuck. One time my sister got trapped in there for 2 hours while my parents were grocery shopping. When they got back, the door opened with just a gentle push. She was hysterical, saying someone had been walking around outside the door the whole time, but she'd been home alone. Then there was the computer. This was back in the early 2000s, and we had this desktop computer in the office. Sometimes at night, I'd hear it boot up on its own. Once, I crept downstairs around 3 in the morning and found the printer spitting out pages, just random letters and symbols, line after line. When I told my dad, he said it was probably just a power surge or software glitch, but it kept happening. The summer when I was 15 was when things got really weird. One night around 2 in the morning, our landline rang. This was unusual because almost nobody called the landline anymore, especially not that late. I answered it half asleep, expecting an emergency from a relative. "Hello?" I mumbled. "Hey, it's Trevor," said the voice on the other end. Trevor was a friend from school who lived about 20 minutes away. "Dude, it's the middle of the night. What's wrong?" I asked. "We're messing with a Ouija board at Ryan's house," he said, his voice sounding strangely excited. "And it spelled out your name. Then it said you were wearing a blue t-shirt with a rip in the sleeve. Is that true?" I froze. I was wearing exactly that, an old blue shirt with a tear in the right sleeve that I'd gotten caught on a fence earlier that day. I hadn't seen Trevor since school let out for summer 2 weeks before. "How did you know that?" I demanded. "I didn't," he said. "The board did. It also said to call you at this exact time, said you needed to know something about your house." My blood ran cold. "What about my house?" It just spelled out den and not alone before the planchette flew off the board. "Ryan's freaking out. I thought I should call you." I thanked him awkwardly and hung up. I didn't sleep at all that night, sitting up in bed with my baseball bat across my lap. I never told my parents about that call. Somehow it felt like acknowledging it would make whatever was happening more real. About a week after that phone call, my family decided to go for a late-night drive. It was something we did sometimes during summer, just cruise around the back roads with the windows down, enjoying the cool night air after a hot day. It was around 11 at night, and we were on a deserted country road about 5 miles from our house. My dad suddenly slammed on the brakes, causing us all to jolt forward. "What the hell was that?" he muttered, staring ahead. "What?" my mom asked, leaning forward to look through the windshield. "Something just crossed the road," Dad said. "Something white, too big to be a dog, but it moved way too fast to be a deer or a person." We all peered into the darkness. The headlights illuminated. About 50 feet of empty road ahead, bordered by dense cornfields on both sides. There was nothing there. "Maybe it was a reflection?" my mom suggested. Dad shook his head. "No, it was solid, like a person, but not." He drove on, but much slower now, all of us scanning the roadside. We didn't see anything else unusual that night, but as we pulled into our driveway around midnight, I had this overwhelming feeling of dread, like we were being followed home, like we'd brought something back with us. After everyone went to bed, I stayed up reading in my room with the lights on. Around 2 in the morning, I heard it, the unmistakable sound of heavy footsteps on the stairs. Not the creaking of an old house settling, but deliberate steps, work boots on wooden stairs. Thump, 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 slow and steady, coming up from the first floor. I froze, straining to listen. The steps continued until they reached the den level, where they stopped. Then I heard the distinctive sound of the heavy den door opening, its old hinges groaning. I waited, hardly breathing, for the footsteps to continue up to our bedrooms, but there was nothing, just silence. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, I gathered my courage and crept to my door, opening it just a crack. The hallway was dark and empty. I tiptoed to my parents' room and whispered, "Dad." My father startled awake. "What's wrong?" he asked, immediately alert. "I heard someone on the stairs," I said. "They stopped at the den." Dad grabbed his flashlight from the nightstand and went to check, with me trailing nervously behind him. We checked all the doors and windows, locked. We looked in on my sister, sound asleep. We even checked the den, finding it empty and undisturbed, the moose head staring blankly down at us. "Must have been the house settling," Dad said, but I could tell he didn't believe it either. The next morning at breakfast, my sister casually mentioned, "Who was walking around last night? I heard boots on the stairs." My mum looked up sharply. "What time was this?" "I don't know, like 2-ish. I thought it was Dad checking the doors." My parents exchanged a look I couldn't interpret. That afternoon, I was alone in the house while everyone went grocery shopping. I was in my room when I heard the den door open and close. Figuring they'd come back early, I called out, "Mom? Dad?" No answer. I went downstairs to check, and the house was empty. But the den door, which had definitely been closed, was now wide open. As I approached to close it, the temperature around me plummeted. In the middle of July in Kansas, I could suddenly see my breath. Standing in the doorway, I felt eyes on me. Not just the glass eyes of the moose trophy, but something else. The chandelier above flickered, though there hadn't been any power issues that day. That's when I noticed something on the floor. Wet footprints. Like someone with soaking wet work boots had walked in and stood in the middle of the room, but they didn't lead anywhere. They just stopped, as if the person had vanished into thin air. I backed away and ran outside, waiting on the front porch until my family returned. I never told them about the footprints. By the time they got home, the prints had dried up completely, leaving no evidence. We moved out 3 months later. My dad claimed it was because he got a job offer in another town, but I know the real reason. The night before he announced the move, I heard my parents talking in hushed voices about the boot steps and how they both had seen a white figure standing at the foot of their bed. I've tried researching the history of that house since then. All I could find was that before it was a moonshiner's hideout, the land belonged to a farmer who disappeared in 1900 and was presumed drowned in the nearby creek. His body was never found. To this day, I can't sleep in complete darkness. Sometimes, in that space between wakefulness and sleep, I swear I can hear heavy boots on stairs and feel eyes watching me from corners. Whatever was in that den between floors, I don't think it stayed behind when we left. Story 4. I still can't explain what happened to me 13 years ago in that small village in Greece. I was 14 then, just a normal teenager on a family trip. But what I felt that day changed how I see the world forever. It was summer of 2010, and my family had decided to take a road trip across Greece. We're originally from Larissa, but my parents thought it would be nice to visit some of the smaller villages and historical sites around the country. My father, uncle, aunt, and 2 cousins were all excited about the journey, but I was mostly bored, spending most of my time with my headphones on, listening to music and ignoring the adults' conversations about history and architecture. When we arrived in Kalavrita, it seemed like any other small Greek village. Quiet streets, white houses with blue roofs, old men playing backgammon outside cafes, and tourists wandering around taking photos. Nothing special, at least that's what I thought. On our second day there, my grandfather, who had joined us for this part of the trip, suggested we take a walk just outside the village. "Sophia, come with me," he said. "Let's explore a bit while the others shop for souvenirs." I reluctantly agreed, putting my phone in my pocket and following him. The day was hot, typical Greek summer weather. I remember the buzzing of cicadas as we walked away from the village center. We chatted about nothing important, school, my friends back home, the usual stuff. My grandfather was always easy to talk to, never treating me like a child. As we walked further from the village, I noticed a hill in the distance. It wasn't particularly remarkable, just a gentle slope with some scattered olive trees and low shrubs. Nothing about it stood out visually, but as we got closer, something started to feel wrong. It began as a slight heaviness in my chest, like when you're anxious about a test at school. I didn't think much of it at first, blaming it on the heat, or maybe something I ate. But with each step toward that hill, the feeling grew stronger. About 100 meters from the base of the hill, I stopped walking. My grandfather turned to look at me, asking if I was tired, but I couldn't even respond properly. The heaviness had turned into something much worse, a crushing sensation in my chest that made it hard to breathe. "I don't want to go there," I managed to say, pointing at the hill. My grandfather looked confused, but I was already struggling to keep myself together. What happened next is still hard to describe. It was like a wave of emotions that didn't belong to me suddenly crashed over my entire body. Intense sadness, fear, panic, all hitting me at once. My legs felt weak, and tears started streaming down my face without any control on my part. I remember falling to my knees, grabbing at the dirt, feeling like I was drowning in sorrow. It wasn't just sadness, it was despair, the kind that makes you feel like there's no hope left in the world. I couldn't stop crying, and the worst part was that I didn't even understand why. My grandfather rushed to my side, clearly alarmed. "Sophia, what's wrong? Are you ill?" He helped me stand, but I couldn't take my eyes off that hill. Something terrible had happened there. I knew it with absolute certainty, even though there was nothing visible to suggest it. No memorial, no cross, nothing out of the ordinary, just a hill with some trees and rocks. "There's something wrong with that place," I whispered, my voice shaking. "Something bad happened there. So many people, so much pain." I was saying things I had no reason to know, words that seemed to come from somewhere else. My grandfather's expression changed. The concern in his eyes shifted to something else, something like recognition. Without another word, he put his arm around my shoulders and guided me away from the hill, back toward the village. With each step we took away from that place, the crushing feeling in my chest lightened, but the emotional aftermath lingered like a bad taste. "Let's get you something to drink," he said quietly, leading me to a small taverna where the rest of our family was supposed to meet us later. The taverna was nearly empty at that time of day. An old man stood behind the counter, nodding at my grandfather as we entered. They exchanged a few words in Greek, too quick for me to catch with my limited knowledge of the language. The old man glanced at me with an expression I couldn't read, then poured a glass of water and added something that looked like honey. "Drink this," my grandfather said, pushing the glass toward me. "It will help." I took small sips, my hands still trembling. The sweet liquid helped ground me a little, bringing me back to reality. After a few minutes, I felt stable enough to speak. "What was that?" I asked. "What happened to me?" My grandfather exchanged another look with the taverna owner, who had moved closer to our table. The old man pulled up a chair and sat down heavily, like someone carrying a great weight. "Your granddaughter," he said to my grandfather in heavily accented English, clearly wanting me to understand. "Where did you take her?" "We were walking toward the hill outside the village," my grandfather replied. "She never got close to it. She just reacted." The taverna owner nodded slowly, as if confirming something he already suspected. He turned to me, his weathered face solemn. "What did you feel there, young one?" he asked. I struggled to find the right words. It was like my heart was being crushed. Like thousands of people were crying inside my head all at once. I felt like people died there, many people, men. They were scared and angry, and I trailed off, the emotions threatening to overwhelm me again. The taverna owner reached out and patted my hand. "You have a sensitive spirit," he said. Then he turned to my grandfather. "She doesn't know about this place?" My grandfather shook his head. "We never discussed it. She's too young, and we weren't planning to visit the memorial. It's not even visible from where we were." The taverna owner nodded again, then looked at me. "What you felt was real, young one. That hill has a dark history." He explained that during the Nazi occupation of Greece, in December of 1943, German soldiers gathered all males over the age of 13 from the village, around 500 men and boys. They were taken to that very hill I had refused to approach. There, they were machine-gunned down. 438 of them died that day. It was a reprisal for the killing of 78 German prisoners by resistance fighters. "Only 13 survived," the old man said, his voice dropping to almost a whisper. "They played dead under the bodies of their brothers, fathers and sons until the Germans left. Then they crawled back to tell what had happened." I sat there, stunned. The numbers he mentioned, they matched exactly the heaviness I had felt. It wasn't just generalized sadness, it was specific, quantifiable grief. 438 souls. "But how did I know?" I asked, my voice small. "There's nothing there. No sign, no memorial, nothing to tell me what happened." The taverna owner smiled sadly. "Some places remember, even when people try to forget. And some people can hear what those places are saying." He tapped his chest. "You heard with this, not with your eyes or ears." My grandfather, who had been quiet during this explanation, finally spoke. "My father was from a village near here," he said. "He told me stories about that day, though he wasn't there himself. I should have realized." He didn't finish the sentence, but I understood. He was blaming himself for exposing me to that energy without warning. When the rest of my family arrived at the taverna later, they found me still shaken. My parents noticed something was wrong, but my grandfather simply told them I wasn't feeling well because of the heat. I was grateful he didn't share the full story. I wasn't ready to talk about it with everyone. That night in our rented rooms, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw flashes of images that weren't mine. Men and boys lined up on a hillside, the terror in their eyes, the sound of gunfire. I kept hearing a language I didn't understand. German commands barked in harsh voices. I felt cold despite the summer heat. The next morning, my father wanted to take us to see the official memorial that had been built years after the massacre, but I refused to go. I couldn't bear the thought of getting any closer to that hill. No one pushed me on it, though I could tell they were confused by my sudden change in behavior. We left Calavrita the following day, continuing our family trip. As our car drove away from the village, I looked back at that hill in the distance, and even from kilometers away, I could still feel a faint echo of that crushing sadness. 13 years have passed since that day, and I've never gone back to Calavrita. I've researched the massacre extensively since then, learning all the historical details, seeing photographs of the memorial that now marks the site. But nothing in books or online articles explains how a 14-year-old girl with no prior knowledge could feel the exact weight of that tragedy just by approaching the location. Sometimes I wonder if there are other places like this around the world, sites where history has left such a deep wound that it never truly heals, where the pain is somehow preserved in the very soil and air. And I wonder if there are other people like me who can feel these things without being told, who serve as unwitting witnesses to tragedies long past. I don't have any special abilities otherwise. I can't read minds or predict the future, but that day in Calavrita showed me that sometimes the past isn't really past. Sometimes it reaches out across time to touch the living, to make sure we don't forget. I still don't understand why it happened to me, of all people. All I know is that for a brief moment, I carried the weight of 438 souls who died on that hill. And somehow, I think a small part of me always will. Story 5. I never believed in ghosts, not even a little bit. I was always the guy with a scientific explanation for everything, the one rolling his eyes whenever my girlfriend Mia would talk about seeing things around her house. Physics was my thing, quantum mechanics, relativity, observable phenomena, not spirits or whatever supernatural nonsense people claim to experience when they're tired or stressed. That was before I moved in with Mia in her family home in the suburbs of Manila, before the backyard, before everything I thought I knew about reality got completely shattered. I'm still shaking as I type this. It's been 3 weeks since the incident, and I can't sleep without the lights on. Mia keeps saying, "I told you so," but there's no smugness in her voice, just concern. She's been dealing with this her entire life. When I first moved in with Mia about 6 months ago, she casually mentioned that her house was active. I laughed it off. She'd always talk about seeing spirits since she was a kid. A hooded figure with skeletal hands that would appear in mirrors, a Vol.288 soldier with a bloody chest wound wandering the hallway, and this creepy humanoid thing with jet black skin and bloodshot eyes that would peek around corners. I always attributed it to an overactive imagination or cultural superstition. Her house sits on a corner lot, and the backyard is actually made up of 2 undeveloped adjacent lots. It's pretty spacious, overgrown with all sorts of tropical plants and banana trees. Mia's family never really developed it, just left it mostly wild, except for a small area where they grow some vegetables. When I suggested we could do something nice with the space, maybe build a patio or proper garden, Mia got really serious. "We can do some gardening, but we need to be respectful," she said. "There are things that claim that land, ancient things." I remember laughing and saying something like, "What, like property taxes?" She didn't laugh back. Instead, she taught me about saying tabi tabi po whenever we disturbed the land. Digging, cutting plants, anything like that. It's a Filipino phrase that basically means, "Please excuse me," or "Please step aside," a way to show respect to the entities that might be there. I thought it was silly but harmless, so I agreed to humor her. "It's not just the backyard," she added quietly. "They're in the house too." Last week I finally had some time off work and decided to help spruce up the backyard. It was sweltering hot, typical Manila weather, and I was sweating bullets as I hacked away at some overgrown banana trees. I completely forgot about the whole tabi tabi po thing. It just didn't cross my mind. I was focused on getting the job done before the afternoon rain. That night was when it started. I woke up around 3 in the morning, completely paralyzed. I couldn't move a muscle, couldn't even blink. My eyes were fixed on the window next to our bed, and I had this overwhelming sensation that something was crawling through it. Not like a person climbing in, but like something was seeping through the glass itself. I couldn't see anything specific, just felt this heaviness in the room, this presence that was distinctly not human. It felt like it was watching me, studying me. I tried to scream to wake Mia but couldn't make a sound. After what felt like hours but was probably just minutes, I could move again. I sat bolt, upright, gasping for air. Mia woke up immediately. "What's wrong?" she asked, but I think she already knew. When I told her what happened, she got this look, not scared, but concerned, like a parent whose kid just scraped their knee after being warned not to run. "You cut down those banana trees yesterday, didn't you?" she asked. "Did you say tabi tabi po?" I admitted I hadn't, and she sighed. "Lucas, I told you, you have to show respect. This isn't a joke." I tried to brush it off as sleep paralysis. That's the scientific explanation, right? The body enters REM sleep, but somehow you become conscious while your body remains in sleep paralysis. Perfectly normal, nothing supernatural. But 2 days later, I was installing a water faucet in the backyard for Mia's vegetable garden. I had to dig a small trench for the pipes, disturbing the soil pretty significantly. Again, I completely forgot the ritual words. It just didn't seem important. I was focused on getting the plumbing right. That night changed everything. I went to bed around 11, exhausted from working in the heat all day. I fell asleep almost instantly, but what came next wasn't normal sleep. It was like being awake in another world, too vivid to be a dream. I woke up in our bed, but immediately knew something was off. The air felt thick, like trying to breathe underwater. The moonlight coming through our window was too bright, too blue. I got up and walked to the window, drawn by some force I couldn't resist. The backyard looked different. The plants seemed to glow with a faint luminescence, and the boundaries of our property stretched impossibly far into the distance. I could see shapes moving between the trees, not people or animals, but something else. Then I heard a whisper right in my ear, "Come outside." I tried to resist, but my body moved on its own, walking downstairs and out the back door. The ground felt spongy beneath my feet, and the air smelled like wet earth and something metallic, like blood. There was a path through the garden that hadn't been there before, winding deeper into what should have been our neighbors' yards, but now seemed like an endless jungle. I followed it, unable to stop myself. About halfway down the path, an old man appeared. He was Filipino, wearing old-fashioned clothes, like from the Spanish colonial era. His eyes looked sad and tired. "You shouldn't be here," he said in Tagalog, which I somehow understood perfectly, despite my limited knowledge of the language. "Go back before she sees you." "Before who sees me?" I asked. He glanced nervously over his shoulder, where I could see a small girl standing between two banana trees. She was maybe 7 or 8, wearing a white dress that looked soaking wet. Her hair covered her face, but I could see she was smiling, too widely, her mouth stretching almost to her ears. The old man moved to block my view of her. "She's angry about the trees, about the digging. You didn't ask permission." The little girl suddenly appeared right next to him, though I hadn't seen her move. She grabbed his arm, and where she touched him, his skin turned grey and withered. The old man winced, but didn't pull away. "I'm holding her back," he strained to say, "but I can't do it for long. The others are coming." The little girl's form suddenly shifted, stretching and contorting until she wasn't a little girl anymore, but a tall, thin man with unnaturally long limbs. His face was still hidden by hair, but I could see teeth, rows and rows of them, like a shark. I tried to run, but my feet were rooted to the spot. Then I felt something behind me. I turned to see a creature unlike anything I've ever seen before. It had the basic shape of a human, but with the head of an owl, not like a mask, but an actual living owl head with massive eyes that reflected the moonlight like mirrors. Its body was covered in what looked like bark instead of skin. "Nothing will keep us from you," it said, its beak somehow forming the words perfectly. "You disturbed our rest. You took without asking." Suddenly I was moving again, but not back toward the house. The path pulled me deeper into the backyard-turned jungle. We passed impossible things. Ruins of structures that had never existed on our property, ancient stone carvings half buried in the earth, a small pond filled with water that moved like it was alive. Finally, I arrived at what looked like our house, but wrong. It was built from living wood that pulsed like it had a heartbeat. Inside, everything was laid out the same as our real house, but all the furniture was made of bone and sinew. In what would be our living room stood a group of what I can only describe as tribal entities. They weren't like indigenous Filipinos. They were something older, something that might have existed before humans. Their leader seemed to be a muscular man with hair down to his waist, intricate patterns carved into his skin that glowed with an internal light. "You take without asking," he said. "You cut what isn't yours. You dig into our home." I tried to apologize, to explain I didn't know, but no words came out. "Now you will know," he said, and raised his hand. The punch hit me in the chest, though he was standing 10 feet away. It felt like being hit by a truck. I flew backward into the wall, which wrapped around me like tentacles, holding me in place. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move. "Remember this," he said, and hit me again, not with his fist, but with something I couldn't see. It felt like electricity and ice and fire all at once, coursing through my body. I woke up screaming, drenched in sweat, with Mia and her mother both in our room looking terrified. There were bruises on my chest, perfect imprints of a fist that hadn't physically touched me. Mia's mother immediately knew what had happened. She made me go outside with her at dawn, bringing offerings of fruit and flowers. She taught me the proper words of apology, not just tabi tabi po, but older, phrases in languages I didn't recognize. She burned herbs that filled the air with sweet smoke and made me repeat promises to respect the land and its guardians. "They will forgive," she said, "but they won't forget." That was 3 weeks ago. The bruises faded after a few days, but the memory hasn't. I can still feel them watching me. Sometimes at night, I see the owl-faced thing standing in our backyard, just staring at the house. Mia says it's been there her whole life, and it's actually one of the more benevolent entities, a guardian of sorts. I haven't touched the backyard since. When Mia gardens, I watch her from the window as she speaks softly to the plants, leaving little offerings by the trees I tried to cut down. New shoots are already growing from the stumps. I was a physics major. I believed in particles and waves and forces. Now I don't know what to believe. All I know is that we're not alone in this house or this world. There are things sharing this space with us, ancient things that were here long before us and will remain long after. Some are malevolent, some benevolent, and all demand respect. I still haven't told anyone else about this. Who would believe me? But I need to get it off my chest somehow. So here's my warning. If you ever find yourself in the Philippines and someone tells you to say tabi tabi po before disturbing the land, for God's sake, just do it. Some rules exist for a reason, even if science can't explain why. Story 6. I never believed in the supernatural. I still don't want to. But after what happened last month, I don't know what to think anymore. This has been eating at me for weeks, and I need to get it off my chest. My girlfriend Jess and I decided to take a weekend getaway to her uncle's farmhouse, about 3 hours from where we live. It was supposed to be a nice break from our hectic lives, just us, some wine, board games, and no internet. The farmhouse has been in her family for generations, but sits empty most of the year. It's this old 2-story place surrounded by fields with the nearest neighbor about a mile down the road. We arrived on Friday evening. The place was dusty but charming in that rustic way, with creaky floorboards and outdated wallpaper. After unpacking, we made dinner, had some wine, and played cards until we were both yawning. By midnight, we were in bed in the master bedroom upstairs. I've always been a light sleeper, so when I woke up around 3 in the morning, I wasn't surprised. What did surprise me was what woke me. It was a voice, tiny, almost childlike, but clear as day. "Jess," it whispered. I froze. Jess was sound asleep next to me, her back to my side. I held my breath, wondering if I'd dreamed it. "Jess," it came again, slightly louder. My heart started racing. The voice seemed to be coming from the foot of our bed. I wanted to wake Jess, but I was paralyzed with fear. Then the voice said something that made my blood run cold. "Emily." That's my name. It said my name. "I know you're awake." I've never felt terror like that before. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The room was pitch black except for the faint moonlight coming through the curtains. I couldn't see anyone, but I felt a presence. After what felt like an eternity, I managed to reach over and shake Jess awake. By the time she groggily asked what was wrong, the feeling had passed. I told her I'd had a nightmare and needed comfort. I didn't want to scare her in the middle of the night in a strange house. We eventually fell back asleep, but I kept jerking awake at every little sound. The next morning, I told Jess what happened. She laughed it off, saying old houses make weird noises that our brains interpret as voices when we're half asleep. I wanted to believe her, but the voice had been so clear, so deliberate. The rest of the weekend was uneventful. We hiked, cooked, and relaxed. By Sunday afternoon, when we packed up to leave, I'd almost convinced myself Jess was right, just my imagination playing tricks on me. But that's when things really started to get weird. About 2 weeks after our trip, my roommate Kate texted me while I was in my afternoon psychology lecture. The message just said, "Are you home right now?" I replied that I was in class until 5. Why? "Someone's in the apartment. I thought it was you." I felt a chill run down my spine. I told her to get out and call campus security. She called me instead. "Emily, I swear I heard you come in. I heard your keys in the door, your footsteps in the hallway. I even heard you call my name." I rushed home to find Kate sitting on the front steps of our building. Security had checked our apartment and found nothing. No signs of forced entry, nothing missing. They suggested maybe Kate had heard the neighbors, but Kate was adamant. "It was your voice, Emily, clear as day. It called my name twice." We both stayed at Jess's place that night. The next morning we returned to find everything normal. I convinced myself Kate had been studying too hard and was hearing things. Then it happened again. 3 days later, I got a text from Kate while I was in my 9 a.m. biology lab. "Hey, you home?" I replied that I'd been in class since 8. "What's up?" "Someone knocked on my door and called my name. Sounded exactly like you." My hands started shaking so badly I had to put my phone down. I called Kate immediately and stepped out of class. "Kate, are you sure?" "Emily, I'm not crazy. Someone knocked 3 times and said Kate in your voice. When I opened the door, no one was there. Get out of the apartment, go to the library or something. I'll meet you after class." That afternoon, we did a thorough search of our apartment. Nothing seemed out of place. No windows were open. The door was locked. We even checked the closets and under the beds. The incidents kept escalating. A few days later, Kate told me she'd heard my voice in my bedroom all morning while I was in class. She'd assumed I'd skipped until she saw my text asking if she wanted me to pick up lunch on my way home. Then we started hearing other voices. One evening, we both clearly heard our friend Mike call out from the kitchen. Mike has never even been to our apartment. The footsteps were the worst. Late at night, we'd hear someone pacing up and down our hallway. Heavy, deliberate steps that would stop right outside our bedroom doors. Kate started sleeping in my room because she was too scared to be alone. There were other sounds too. Tapping on walls, dragging noises from empty rooms, whispers too faint to make out. I finally connected the dots back to that night at the farmhouse. Something had followed us home, or more specifically, followed me home. I started researching online and came across information about mimic entities, supernatural beings that can imitate voices and sounds. They create confusion and fear by making you doubt your own senses. They make you think someone's home when they're not, or that you're alone when you aren't. The more I read, the more convinced I became. This thing was playing with us. It wasn't violent, it never touched us or moved our things, but it was definitely trying to scare us, and it was working. Last week I was home alone doing laundry. Kate was at her parents' for the weekend, so the apartment was quiet. I had music playing from my phone as I folded clothes on my bed. Suddenly, my music stopped. Before I could check my phone, I heard Kate's voice from the living room. "Emily, can you come here a sec?" My whole body went cold. I knew Kate wasn't home. "Emily, I need your help with something." It sounded exactly like Kate. Her pitch, her slight accent, even the way she tends to rush her words together when asking for help. I didn't move. I couldn't. I sat frozen on my bed, staring at my bedroom door. "Emily, I know you can hear me." The voice had changed slightly. It still sounded like Kate, but there was something off about it now, a hollow quality, like it was coming through a filter. Then came the footsteps. Slow, deliberate steps coming down the hallway toward my room. I watched in horror as my doorknob started to turn. I lunged forward and slammed my body against the door, pushing it shut. The knob kept turning back and forth for almost a minute. Then it stopped. "Emily." This time the voice was right on the other side of the door. But it wasn't Kate's voice anymore. It was the same childlike whisper from the farmhouse. "I know you're in there." I held the door closed for what felt like hours, too terrified to move. Eventually, I worked up the courage to open it. The hallway was empty. That night, I slept at Jess's again. When I told her what happened, she finally started to take me seriously. She suggested I talk to her aunt, who's into spiritual stuff. According to her aunt, mimic entities feed on fear and confusion. They're not necessarily evil, but they're not benign either. They're like parasites that attach themselves to people who are receptive in some way, usually people with anxiety or those going through emotional turmoil. I hadn't told Jess, but I'd been dealing with panic attacks for months before our trip to the farmhouse. I was the perfect target. Her aunt recommended several methods to get rid of the entity. Salt lines at doors and windows, cleansing rituals with sage, firmly telling it to leave. She said these entities can't usually cause physical harm, but they can drive people to harm themselves through fear and sleep deprivation. I've tried everything she suggested, the salt, the sage, the verbal commands to leave. I've had our apartment blessed by a local spiritual healer. Nothing seems to work completely. The activity has decreased somewhat. We don't hear the footsteps every night anymore, and the voices have become less frequent. But occasionally, I'll still get a text from Kate asking if I'm home when I'm not, or I'll hear Jess's voice call me from another room when she's not even in my apartment. The thing that terrifies me most is how perfect these imitations are. If I didn't know better, I'd swear it was really Kate or Jess speaking. How can something mimic a human voice so perfectly? How does it know exactly how my friends speak, their exact tones and speech patterns? I'm not scared anymore, I'm angry. This thing invaded my life, my home, my sense of safety. I want it gone, but I don't know how to fight something I can't see or touch. Last night, as I was falling asleep, I heard it again, that same whisper from the farmhouse. "Emily." Without thinking, I sat up and shouted, "What do you want from me?" The silence that followed was deafening, then so quiet I almost missed it. Company. I haven't slept since. Story 7. I've been debating whether to share this for years. I'm still not sure if posting this is a good idea, but I need to tell someone who might understand, or at least not think I'm completely mental. I've only ever told my family and 2 close friends about Steve, and the reactions weren't great. I'm 23 now, but this has been happening since I was little. Growing up in suburban Australia, our house wasn't particularly old or built on any sacred ground that I know of. It was just a normal 3-bedroom brick home with a small garden my mum was proud of. Nothing about it screamed haunted, but it was. The first time I saw Steve, that's what I named him when I was about 6, I was walking to the bathroom at night. I saw this tall, dark figure standing at the end of our hallway. Not just dark like someone wearing black clothes. I mean completely black, like a hole cut in reality. Except for his eyes. They were this intense green color, but wrong somehow. It looked like they were bleeding, with this dark stuff trickling down where his face should be. I froze. I couldn't move or scream. He just stood there watching me. After what felt like forever, I blinked and he was gone. I ran back to my room and hid under the covers until morning. I didn't tell my parents at first. What was I supposed to say? "Hey, Mum, there's a shadow man with bleeding green eyes hanging out in our hallway." But after seeing him a few more times, always in that same spot, I finally told my mum. She checked my temperature, told me it was just a nightmare, and that was that. But it wasn't just nighttime sightings. Sometimes I'd catch glimpses of him during the day, standing in doorways or reflected in windows. He never did anything threatening at first. He just watched. When I was 8, the weirdest thing happened. I was brushing my teeth, looking in the bathroom mirror. I was frowning because I'd had a bad day at school. Some kids had made fun of my accent. We'd moved from Melbourne to Brisbane that year. When I looked up, my reflection was grinning back at me. Not just smiling, grinning with this massive, unnatural smile. I screamed and dropped my toothbrush. My dad came running in, but by then the mirror was normal again. After that, things escalated. Steve started moving things around the house. My mum would ask why I'd left toys in weird places, but it wasn't me. My hairbrush would be in the kitchen instead of my bathroom. My school books would be stacked in perfect towers when I was sure I'd left them scattered on my desk. The knocking started when I was about 10. 3 knocks on my bedroom wall, always at 3 in the morning. I'd wake up to those knocks, and sometimes I'd see him standing in the corner of my room. I started sleeping with the lights on, but it didn't matter. He showed up anyway. The footsteps were the worst. Heavy, slow steps walking up and down our hallway at night. My parents heard them too, but always blamed the house settling or the neighbors. But our neighbors were an elderly couple who were always in bed. By 9, one night when I was 12, I woke up to find Steve standing right next to my bed, those green, bleeding eyes staring down at me. I could feel cold coming off him like he was made of ice. I pulled the covers over my head and counted to 100. When I looked again, he was gone, but my bedroom door was wide open when I know I'd closed it before bed. By the time I was 14, I was having full-blown conversations with Steve in my head. I never heard him speak out loud, but somehow I could sense what he was trying to communicate. It was more like impressions than actual words. He seemed interested in me, not in a creepy way, more like he was studying me. Then came the incident at the lagoon when I was 15. I was going through a really rough patch, depression, anxiety, the works. One day, I walked to this lagoon near our house. I wasn't thinking straight. I just walked straight into the water, fully clothed. I kept walking until I was chest deep. I remember feeling nothing, just empty, ready for it all to stop. Next thing I knew, I felt ice-cold hands on my shoulders, pulling me backward with incredible strength. I was dragged all the way back to shore, coughing and spluttering. When I looked up, Steve was standing over me, those green eyes somehow looking concerned. I still can't explain how a featureless shadow face could look concerned, but it did. I told my parents I'd slipped and fallen in. How could I explain what really happened? A year later, I was at the train station, standing too close to the edge of the platform. Again, I was in a dark place mentally. As the train approached, I felt this pull toward the tracks. Just as I started to lean forward, those same cold hands yanked me backward with enough force to knock me off my feet. Several people turned to look, but no one said anything. No one else saw him. Steve saved my life twice, but he wasn't always helpful. When I was 17, my mum came into the kitchen one morning looking confused. "Maria, why were you standing outside our bedroom door last night? I woke up around 2 and saw you just standing there, staring. I called your name, but you walked away." I had no idea what she was talking about. I'd been asleep the whole night. It happened again a week later with my dad. He swore he saw me standing at the end of the hallway, just staring. But this time, he said I was smiling in a way that made him uncomfortable. It wasn't me. It was Steve, somehow taking my appearance. Things got even weirder. My parents started finding notes around the house in my handwriting that I never wrote. Simple things like hello or watching you. They thought I was playing some kind of prank, but I swore it wasn't me. The breaking point came when I was 18. My mum was cleaning my room and found a journal I'd never seen before, filled with writing that looked exactly like mine. It was full of disturbing entries about watching the family sleep and wanting to become one of them. My mum freaked out and insisted I see a psychologist. The psychologist diagnosed me with dissociative episodes and put me on medication. But the meds didn't stop Steve. If anything, he became more active, like he was annoyed that they were trying to get rid of him. One night, I woke up to find all the photos in my room turned to face the wall. Another night, my clothes were arranged in a perfect circle on my floor. Once, I woke up to find my bedroom furniture completely rearranged. My bed on the opposite wall, my desk upside down, my chair balanced on top of my dresser. There's no way I could have done that in my sleep. My parents were at their wits' end. That's when my grandmother came to visit and everything changed. She took one look at me and said, "There's something attached to you, love." When I told her about Steve, she wasn't surprised. Then she dropped the bombshell. She'd seen him too, years ago, before I was even born. According to my grandmother, Steve had been with our family for at least 30 years. She'd seen him in their old house when my mum was just a teenager. She described him exactly as I had. The tall, shadow figure with those distinctive green, bleeding eyes. My mum went white as a sheet. She admitted that she'd seen him too when she was younger, but had convinced herself it was just her imagination. She never mentioned it because she didn't want to feed my delusions. With this revelation, my mum went into protection mode. She started cleansing the house with sage, putting salt on the windowsills, hanging crosses in every room. She made me promise not to communicate with Steve anymore, to ignore him completely. Big mistake. Steve got angry, really angry. Doors slammed so hard they cracked. Objects flew across rooms. The knocking on the walls became pounding like someone was trying to break through. And the nightmares, God, the nightmares were horrific. I'd wake up screaming, with visions of those green eyes inches from my face, that black ooze dripping onto my cheeks. After 3 days of this, my mum stopped the cleansing rituals. She was terrified. We all were. Whatever Steve was, he wasn't going anywhere, and he didn't like being threatened. Things calmed down after that, returning to the usual weird but manageable level of activity. Steve went back to watching, moving small objects, and occasionally appearing as my doppelganger to freak out my parents. I moved out when I was 20, getting my own small apartment about 20 minutes from my parents' house. I thought maybe Steve would stay at the family home, that perhaps he was attached to the place rather than to me. I was wrong. The first night in my new place, I felt that familiar cold presence. He was there, standing in my new kitchen, those green eyes watching me unpack. He followed me. Over the past 3 years, it's been the same routine. He watches. He moves things. Sometimes he touches me, a cold hand on my shoulder or arm. It's not threatening anymore. It's almost comforting, like he's checking on me. Last month, my bathroom tap turned on by itself at full blast while I was sleeping, flooding the floor. I woke up to the sound of water and rushed in to turn it off. As I was mopping up the mess, I noticed a small gas leak behind my stove that I might not have discovered otherwise. The plumber who came to fix it said it could have led to a serious situation if left undetected. Was Steve trying to help me again? 2 weeks ago, I had a date over. Everything was going well until he went to the bathroom. He came back looking pale and asked to leave immediately. He blocked my number afterward. I have no idea what he saw, but I can guess. I've researched shadow people extensively. Most accounts describe them as observing entities that don't interact physically with our world. But Steve isn't like that. He can touch things, move objects, touch people. He can somehow appear as me or imitate my handwriting. No explanation I've found fits what he is or what he wants. My mum thinks he's a demon trying to possess me. My grandmother thinks he's a guardian of some sort, albeit a strange one. My dad refuses to discuss it anymore. The 2 friends I've told think I need serious psychiatric help. I don't know what to think. I just know that Steve has been with me for most of my life, has saved me twice, and doesn't seem to be going anywhere. Sometimes I still catch him watching me from doorways or reflected in my TV screen when it's turned off. Those green, bleeding eyes are unmistakable. I still don't know what he wants or why he's attached to my family. All I know is that I've stopped being afraid of him. Whatever Steve is, he's part of my life now. I just wish I knew why me, why my family, and what he really is. Last night, I woke up at exactly 3 in the morning to find my journal open on my desk with fresh writing in it, in my handwriting, but not written by me. All it said was, "Always watching, always here." I should be terrified, but instead I just whispered, "I know, Steve," into the darkness of my room. The temperature dropped instantly, and I felt those cold fingers brush against my cheek. I'm still not sure if it was a warning or a promise. Story 8. I haven't slept properly in 9 months now. Every single night, I wake up at exactly 3:27 in the morning, shivering and gasping for air, my entire body feeling like it's been submerged in ice water. It doesn't matter how many blankets I pile on or how high I crank the heat in my apartment. Nothing helps. It's always the same dream, the same goddamn nightmare that's slowly driving me insane. I never believed in supernatural stuff before this started happening. Or I was, a practical person. I spent 12 years as a pilot for Transglobal Space Industries before the accident. Science, facts, checklists, protocols, these were the foundations of my life. But what's happening to me now defies any rational explanation I can think of. The nightmare always begins the same way. I'm trudging through knee-deep snow on a planet called Predagorian U. The wind howls around me, cutting through my thermal suit like it's made of paper. The temperature readout on my helmet display shows -87 degrees Celsius and dropping rapidly. The twin suns are setting, casting long, distorted shadows across the ice plains. I know we have less than 20 minutes before the temperature plummets to levels that will kill us instantly, even in our suits. Henderson is ahead of me, his bulky frame leaning into the wind, gesturing frantically toward a dark opening in the cliff face about 300 meters away. I can hear his voice through the comlink, tense with urgency. "Move it, Collins. We're not going to make it if you keep lagging behind." My legs feel like they're filled with lead as I push forward. The cave is our only chance of survival. Until morning. In the nightmare, I always know this with absolute certainty, just as I know other details about this place that I've never actually visited. Predagorian U is an ice planet in the outer rim of the Cygnus system. Temperatures during the 16-hour night cycle drop to -120 degrees Celsius. No unprotected human can survive outside for more than 90 seconds after nightfall. The sky above us is a deep, unnatural purple, streaked with green auroras that writhe like living things. I've never seen anything like it, but in the dream, it feels hauntingly familiar. We make it to the cave just as the last sliver of the second sun disappears behind the horizon. Henderson immediately activates the portable heater while I seal the cave entrance with a thermal barrier. The cave is small, maybe 5 meters across and 7 meters deep. The walls glisten with a strange blue ice that seems to pulse slightly, though I tell myself it's just a trick of the light from our helmet lamps. Once the barrier is up and the heater running, Henderson removes his helmet. His face is grim, his dark eyes fixed on me with an intensity that makes my stomach twist. This is where the nightmare always shifts from mere survival to something far worse. "We need to talk, Olivia," he says, using my first name instead of Captain or Collins, like he usually would. "We can't keep doing this." I pretend not to understand, busying myself with checking the oxygen levels in the portable scrubber. "Doing what? We'll be fine once the sun rises. The rescue beacon is still transmitting." Henderson laughs, but there's no humor in it. "That's not what I mean, and you know it. It's time we talked about what happened on the Artemis." My hands freeze over the controls. The Artemis. Just hearing the name sends ice through my veins that has nothing to do with the freezing planet outside. There's nothing to talk about, I say, my voice strangely calm despite the panic rising in my chest. It was an accident. The investigation cleared me. Did it? Henderson moves closer, his breath visible in the cold air of the cave. Or did they just not have all the facts? You never told them about the cryo-sickness, did you? I turn away, unable to meet his eyes. The walls of the cave seem to close in around me. In the dream, I can feel sweat beading on my forehead despite the cold, can feel my heart hammering against my ribs. I passed all the medical screenings, I whisper. But you knew something was wrong, Henderson presses. The headaches, the vision problems. You'd been experiencing symptoms for weeks before the landing. You should have recused yourself from piloting duties. We were short-staffed, I argue, the justification sounding hollow even to my own ears. Thornton was down with pneumonia, and Rodriguez hadn't been certified for ice planet landings. Henderson's face hardens. So you decided to attempt a landing during an ice storm with a failed thruster and undiagnosed cryo-sickness affecting your judgment. 35 people, Olivia. 35 crew members dead, not to mention the embryo bank. The embryo bank. 5,000 genetically diverse human embryos meant to start a new colony. All lost when the Artemis broke apart on impact. I didn't know the thruster would fail, I say weakly. But you knew you weren't fit to fly, Henderson counters. You knew the storm was intensifying. You could have aborted, gone back to orbit, waited it out, but you were too proud to admit you might not be capable. The truth of his words stings worse than the bitter cold seeping through the cave walls. In my nightmare, I can never deny what he's saying, because deep down, I know he's right. What do you want from me? I finally ask, my voice breaking. Henderson's expression softens slightly. I want you to admit what really happened, not just to me, but to yourself. And this is where I always resist. Every single time, I try to change the subject, try to blame external factors, try to escape the conversation. But Henderson is relentless, and the cave offers nowhere to hide. After what feels like hours of this psychological torture, I finally break down. Fine, you're right. I knew I was sick. I knew I shouldn't have been flying, but I thought I could handle it. I trail off, choking on the words. You thought what? Henderson pushes. I thought I was special. That the rules didn't apply to me because I was the best damn pilot in the fleet. I was arrogant and stupid, and 35 people paid for it with their lives. Once the confession pours out, Henderson always asks the same question. What are you going to do about it? And before I can answer, I wake up, gasping and shivering, my body ice cold despite the pile of blankets and the thermostat set to 82 degrees. Here's the truly terrifying part. I've never been to a planet called Predagorian U. It doesn't exist as far as I know. I've never met anyone named Henderson. And while I was indeed a pilot, I've never crashed a ship called the Artemis or any other vessel. I've never been responsible for any deaths. Yet the dream feels more real than my waking life. I can taste the metallic air of the planet, feel the specific way the cold burns my lungs, recall technical details about equipment I've never used. The nightmares started 9 months ago, right after I found that photograph. I was cleaning out my late grandmother's attic when I came across an old manila envelope tucked inside a book about astronomy. Inside was a black and white photograph of what looked like an ice formation, a spiral structure that seemed to draw the eye inward toward its center. There was no indication of where or when it was taken, no notes on the back, nothing to explain why my grandmother would have kept it. I remember staring at it for what felt like hours, mesmerized by the perfect mathematical precision of the spiral. That night, I had the first nightmare. At first I thought it was just stress. I'd recently left my job after a minor incident where I'd misjudged a landing approach and scraped the hull of my transport ship. No one was hurt, but it shook my confidence. I figured the dream was just my subconscious working through my anxieties about my abilities as a pilot, but the dreams kept coming, identical down to the smallest detail, night after night. And the cold, that bone-deep, unnatural cold that lingers for hours after I wake up. That's not psychological. My doctor can't explain it. My body temperature actually drops to 95 degrees during these episodes. I've tried everything. Sleeping pills just trap me in the nightmare longer. Meditation, therapy, even a sleep study where they monitored my brainwaves. Nothing helps. The specialists are baffled. One even suggested I might be experiencing past life regression, which is ridiculous because if this were a past life, how would I know technical details about space travel that don't even exist in our current technology? Last week, something changed in the dream for the first time. After I made my confession and Henderson asked his usual question, he didn't wait for me to wake up. Instead, he sat down beside me and said something that's been haunting me since. "You know this isn't really Predagorian you, don't you?" he asked gently. When I looked confused, he continued, "Think about it, Olivia. Have you noticed that Predagorian you is an anagram?" I hadn't, but as soon as he said it, the letters rearranged themselves in my mind. "Purgatory," I whispered. "Predagorian you is purgatory, with some extra letters." Henderson nodded. "This isn't a real place, it's a construct. You created it yourself." "That's impossible," I said. "Why would I create this frozen hell?" "Because you can't forgive yourself," he replied. "Not for the Artemis, that wasn't your fault, despite what your guilt tells you, but for something else. Something you've buried so deep you can't even remember it consciously." I woke up before he could explain further, but last night the dream changed again. When Henderson asked his question, "What are you going to do about it?" the sealed entrance to the cave suddenly cracked open. Instead of the deadly frozen wasteland we expected, sunlight streamed in, warm and golden. And beyond the entrance was a green meadow with a single oak tree. From one of its branches hung a wooden swing, the same swing that had been in my backyard when I was a child. Henderson smiled at me. "They've all forgiven you, Olivia, every single one of them. It's time you forgave yourself." "I don't understand," I said, tears freezing on my cheeks in the still cold cave. "Yes, you do," he replied softly. "You've just been running for so long, you've forgotten what you're running from." That's when I woke up, still cold, but not as cold as usual. And for the first time in 9 months, I felt something other than dread. I felt a glimmer of something almost like hope. I still don't understand what's happening to me. I don't know who Henderson is or why my subconscious has created this elaborate scenario. I don't know what the photograph has to do with any of it or why I apparently need forgiveness for something I can't even remember doing. But tonight, I'm going to try something different. Instead of fighting to stay awake, afraid of the nightmare, I'm going to embrace it. When Henderson asks me what I'm going to do, I'm going to walk through that cave entrance into the sunlight. I'm going to sit on that swing and wait for whatever memories are trying to surface. I'm terrified of what I might discover about myself, but I'm even more terrified of spending the rest of my life trapped in this frozen hell of my own making. If I don't post an update tomorrow, well, I don't know what that will mean. Either I've found my answers or I've lost myself completely in whatever reality exists on the other side of that cave. I just needed someone to know what's happening to me in case I don't come back. Story 9. I've never told anyone about this outside my family, who mostly think I'm making it up or that it's just part of my mental health issues. But I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar or knows what I'm dealing with. I'm 17, and I've lived in Shady Brook my whole life. It's your typical boring suburban town where nothing interesting ever happens. At least that's what I thought until about 2 months ago. I've dealt with anxiety and depression since I was 14. Sometimes it gets really bad, and I've had hallucinations before during particularly stressful periods, usually just brief flashes in my peripheral vision or hearing my name when nobody's there. I'm on medication for it, and I know what my hallucinations feel like. This is different, way different. It started with just one shadow figure. I woke up suddenly at 2:15 in the morning. I remember checking my phone right away because it felt weird how I just snapped awake for no reason. And there it was, standing at the foot of my bed, just a human-shaped shadow, darker than the darkness in my room. It didn't move, just stood there. I couldn't make out any features, just a silhouette. I froze, literally couldn't move, and after what felt like forever but was probably only a minute, I managed to reach for my lamp. When I turned it on, there was nothing there. I convinced myself it was sleep paralysis or something. I've had that before too. But the next night, I woke up at 1:45. Same thing, just suddenly wide awake like someone had shouted in my ear. This time, the figure was closer, standing beside my bed. I could feel myself shaking, but I couldn't look away from it. It just stood there, completely still, except for a slight swaying motion, like it was breathing, or maybe being moved by a breeze that I couldn't feel. When I finally got the courage to turn on my light, it vanished again. But I swear I could still feel it in the room somewhere, watching me. After the third night, I knew something was seriously wrong. Normal hallucinations don't wake you up from a dead sleep. They don't happen at almost the exact same time every night. And they definitely don't feel like they have weight, presence, like they're actually there. By the end of the first week, there were 3 of them. Still just dark silhouettes, but they had started to position themselves around my room. One by the door, one near my closet, one beside my bed. Always watching, never making a sound, just waiting. I tried everything I could think of. I kept my lights on, but I'd still wake up to find them there, even with the lights blazing. I tried sleeping in a different room, but I'd wake up back in my own bed with no memory of how I got there. I even tried sleeping at a friend's house, but his parents called mine at 2 in the morning because I was sleepwalking and trying to get back home. I told my mom after about 2 weeks. She just sighed and asked if I'd been taking my meds regularly. When I insisted that I had, she suggested we talk to my psychiatrist about adjusting my dosage. My dad was even worse. He just told me to man up and stop letting my imagination run wild. But these things aren't in my imagination. The shadows have been getting more defined over time, more solid, more real. And then, about 3 weeks ago, something changed. I woke up at 3 in the morning, and there were now 6 shadow figures in my room. 5 of them were the same as before, just dark human shapes. But the 6th one was different. It was peeking out from behind this big box of winter clothes I keep in the corner of my room. But this wasn't just a shadow. It had pale, almost grey skin that seemed to glow faintly in the darkness. Its eyes were completely black, not just dark, but like empty holes in its face that seemed to go on forever. Its fingers were impossibly long, at least 4 inches longer than they should be, and they gripped the edge of the box as it stared at me. But the worst part was its head. On top, it had what looked like a hat, but it wasn't a normal hat. It was like 2 long cones, black and white striped, extending up and back from its head. When I saw it, my entire body went cold. I couldn't even scream. I just lay there, staring back at it, feeling like I was going to die from fear alone. When I finally managed to grab my phone and turn on the flashlight, it ducked behind the box. I got up. I don't even know how I found the courage, and looked behind the box. But there was nothing there. The other shadows were gone too. The next night, I tried to stay awake. I drank energy drinks, played video games, anything to keep myself from falling asleep. But I must have nodded off around midnight because I woke up at 2:30 to find my blanket being slowly pulled off me. Not like it was sliding off, like something was deliberately tugging at it from the foot of my bed. I could see the fabric moving, stretching as something pulled it inch by inch. I grabbed the blanket and yanked it back, and that's when I felt something sit on the edge of my bed. The mattress dipped down, and I could feel the weight of something right by my legs. I couldn't see anything there, but I could feel it. The pressure stayed for almost an hour before it finally lifted, and I spent the rest of the night curled up in the corner of my room with all the lights on, too terrified to even blink. The lack of sleep is getting to me. I'm falling asleep in class, my grades are tanking, and I'm jumpy all the time. My parents are getting frustrated because they think I'm just staying up playing games or watching videos, and my psychiatrist increased my medication, which just makes me feel foggy and disconnected during the day, but doesn't stop the shadows at night. Last week I tried setting up my phone to record while I slept. I propped it up on my desk, made sure it had enough battery and storage, and hit record before going to bed. When I woke up, at 2:17 of course, the shadows were there again, including the pale one with the striped cones on its head. This time, it was standing fully in the open, right beside my dresser. I remembered my phone and looked over, hoping it was catching everything. The phone was gone. Not just turned off or moved, completely gone from my desk. I found it the next morning, buried under the clothes in my hamper with the battery completely drained. The video file was corrupted. I tried again the next night with an old digital camera I found in the basement. Same result. Woke up to find the camera had been moved to my closet, lens facing the wall, battery dead. 3 nights ago was the worst so far. I woke up at 1:30 to find my room completely filled with shadow figures. There had to be at least 15 of them, all standing in a circle around my bed, packed so tightly together that I couldn't see past them to the walls of my room. They weren't moving, just standing there watching me. I could feel the panic rising in my chest, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might explode. And then they started to sway, all in unison, like they were being moved by some invisible force, back and forth, back and forth. The pale one with the striped cones wasn't among them, but I could sense it somewhere nearby, watching. I closed my eyes and started counting in my head, trying to calm myself down. When I got to 60, I opened my eyes again, and they were closer. The circle had tightened, and now they were only about a foot away from my bed on all sides, still swaying, still silent. I counted to 60 again, and when I opened my eyes, they were right at the edge of my bed. I could feel the cold radiating off them. It wasn't like normal cold. It was like they were pulling the heat right out of the air around them. And then I felt my blanket being pulled again, not from the foot of the bed this time, but from all sides at once. Like each of the shadows had grabbed a piece of it and was slowly, methodically pulling it off me. I held onto it as tightly as I could, but it was like fighting against 15 people at once. Inch by inch they pulled it away until I was lying there exposed, shivering not just from fear, but from the unnatural cold they brought with them. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. I tried to move, but my body wouldn't respond. All I could do was lie there as they leaned in closer, their featureless faces now just inches from mine. And then, from somewhere in the darkness beyond them, I heard a soft, rhythmic tapping, like long fingernails on wood. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap, tap. The shadows stopped moving. The tapping got louder, closer. Tap, tap, tap. And then they all turned, as one, to look toward my closet. The doors were closed, but I could see a faint light coming from underneath them, not warm like a light bulb, but cold and bluish. The shadows backed away from my bed, moving toward the closet doors. As they moved, I could finally see the pale figure standing behind them. It was taller than I remembered, its long fingers now extending almost to its knees. The striped cones on its head nearly touched my ceiling. It wasn't looking at the closet like the others. It was looking directly at me, its empty black eyes seeming to pull at something inside me. It raised one long finger to where its mouth should have been, in a shushing gesture. Then it turned and moved toward the closet, the shadows parting to let it through. When it reached the doors, it placed its hand flat against the wood, and the tapping from inside stopped. The closet doors began to open on their own, just a crack at first, then wider. I couldn't see what was inside from where I was lying, but I could see the pale blue light spilling out, getting brighter. The shadows were all facing the closet, now completely still. The pale figure turned back to look at me one more time, then stepped forward into the closet. The shadows followed one by one, filing into my closet, even though there's no way they could all fit in there. The last one entered, and the doors slowly closed behind them. The blue light disappeared and my room was normal again. Quiet, dark, but just regular darkness. I got up and ran to my parents' room. I was crying, babbling about shadows and closets and striped hats. My dad was furious at being woken up. My mum just looked sad and worried. They both came to check my room, but of course there was nothing there. My dad opened the closet doors to show me it was just clothes and shoes inside, nothing unusual. They think I need more intensive therapy now. Maybe they're right. But I know what I saw, what I felt. The shadows haven't come back since that night. My closet doors stay firmly shut. I've jammed a chair under the handles. I still wake up between 1 and 3 every night, but my room is empty. Normal. But sometimes when the house is completely quiet, I can hear it again. Tap, 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 coming from inside my closet wall. And I know they're waiting. For what, I don't know, but they're not gone. They're just on the other side of something, and I'm afraid that someday they'll find their way back through. Story 10. I still get chills thinking about what happened to me 6 months ago. I've been debating whether to share this experience because I know how it sounds, but I need to get it off my chest. Maybe someone here has had similar experiences or can help me make sense of it. Last October, I was visiting my cousin in Dublin for a week. I'm a bit of a history buff, especially anything with a dark or mysterious past, so when my cousin mentioned the Hellfire Club ruins in the Wicklow Mountains, I immediately wanted to check it out. She warned me about the stories, aristocrats playing cards with the devil, ghost sightings, satanic rituals, but I brushed them off as tourist bait. I've been to plenty of haunted places before and never experienced anything unusual. My cousin was working that day, so I decided to go alone. Big mistake. The hiking app said it was about an hour's trek from the parking lot to the ruins, and I figured I could make it up and back before dark. I packed some water, a sandwich, my phone charger, and a small flashlight just in case. The weather forecast mentioned possible rain later, but the sky was clear when I started around 2 in the afternoon. The hike up Montpellier Hill was beautiful. Lush forests giving way to open hillsides with amazing views of Dublin in the distance. I passed a few hikers coming down who smiled and greeted me, but as I got higher, there were fewer people. About 40 minutes in, an older man with a walking stick passed me going the opposite direction. He stopped and asked if I was heading to the Hellfire Club. When I said yes, he gave me this weird look and said, "Best not to stay after sunset. Place changes then." I laughed it off with a "thanks for the tip" and continued up. I reached the ruins around 3:15. It was less impressive than I expected. Just stone walls of what was once a hunting lodge, no roof, graffiti on some parts. Still, standing there knowing the history gave me goosebumps. I walked through the main entrance, and that's when I felt it, this sudden drop in temperature that made the hair on my arms stand up. I told myself it was just the elevation and wind, but it felt different. I spent about an hour exploring the ruins, taking pictures, and reading about the history on my phone. There were information boards with stories about the aristocrats who used to gather there for drinking, gambling, and supposedly devil worship. The most famous story was about a card game with a stranger who turned out to have hooves instead of feet. Classic. Deal with the devil stuff. I remember rolling my eyes at that. Around 4:30, I noticed dark clouds moving in. The weather was changing faster than I expected, and I decided to head back down. That's when I heard voices coming from deeper in the ruins. I figured other tourists had arrived, so I went to check it out before leaving. In what must have been the main hall, I saw 5 people sitting in a rough circle on the stone floor. They didn't look like typical tourists. They were all wearing dark clothes, and they had this serious vibe about them. One guy was laying out what looked like tarot cards. They didn't notice me at first, and I stood there awkwardly, wondering if I should say hello or just leave. The woman closest to me suddenly turned and saw me. She smiled and asked if I wanted to join them. They were doing a historical reenactment, she said, of the card games that the Hellfire Club members used to play. Something about her smile didn't reach her eyes, and I felt uneasy, but I was also curious. Plus, it had started to drizzle, and I figured waiting out the rain for a bit wouldn't hurt. I sat down with them, and they introduced themselves. Aidan, Moira, Finn, Sarah, and Declan. They seemed friendly enough, asking about where I was from, and if I knew the history of the place. Declan, a tall guy with a neat beard, seemed to know everything about the Hellfire Club and kept telling stories about the rituals and hauntings. The way he talked about it wasn't like someone reciting tourist information. He spoke like he believed every word. As the rain picked up outside, they started their card game. It wasn't any game I recognized, with strange symbols on the cards and rules they didn't fully explain to me. I just followed along, mostly watching. The wind was howling through the ruined walls now, and the light was fading fast. I checked my phone, 5:45 already. I needed to head down before it got completely dark, but the rain was coming down hard. I should probably get going, I said, standing up. Moira grabbed my wrist, not aggressively, but firmly enough that I noticed. You can't leave now. We need 6 for the circle. That's when I realized they had positioned themselves so that with me, we formed a perfect hexagon. Declan was pulling something out of his backpack, candles and a small cloth bag. My stomach dropped. This wasn't just some innocent card game or historical reenactment. It's just a bit of fun, Sarah said, noticing my expression. A little ceremony to honor the history. Don't you want to see if the stories are true? I made some excuse about my cousin expecting me back and stepped away from their circle. That's when the first boom of thunder hit, so loud it felt like it was right overhead. The ruins lit up for a split second with lightning, and in that flash, I swear the expressions on their faces changed. They looked older, harder, their eyes reflecting the lightning in a way that wasn't natural. I grabbed my backpack and rushed toward the entrance. The rain was coming down in sheets now, and darkness was falling fast. I fumbled for my flashlight as I reached the doorway, and that's when I heard it. Laughter behind me, but not normal laughter. It was deeper, almost guttural, and it didn't sound like it was coming from 5 people. It sounded like dozens. I turned back, flashlight in hand, and in its beam I saw that the circle now had a 6th person. A tall figure in dark clothes sat where I had been, back to me, playing cards with the others. I couldn't see their face, but something about the shape of them was wrong. Too tall, too thin, shoulders at an odd angle. I ran, out into the rain, down the path, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly ahead of me. The path that had been so clear on the way up was now muddy and treacherous. I slipped twice, scraping my hands on rocks. The rain plastered my hair to my face, and the wind seemed to be fighting against me. About 10 minutes down, I realized I couldn't hear the thunder anymore. In fact, I couldn't hear anything except my own breathing and footsteps. The rain was still falling, but silently. That's impossible, I know, but that's what happened. Silent rain. And the darkness around me felt thick, like it was pressing in on my flashlight beam, shrinking it. I kept going, moving as fast as I dared on the slippery path. That's when I started seeing things at the edge of my light. Movements, shapes darting between trees. Once, I swear I saw a pair of red eyes reflecting my light back at me. I told myself it was just a fox or a deer, but deep down, I knew better. The worst part came about halfway down the mountain. My flashlight caught something on the path ahead, a dark shape that at first I thought was a rock or fallen branch. As I got closer, I realized it was a black cat, the biggest I'd ever seen, about the size of a large dog. It was just sitting there in the middle of the path, watching me approach. As my light hit its eyes, they glowed red, not the normal animal eyeshine, but a deep, burning red. It didn't move as I got closer, just stared. I stopped about 15 feet away, heart pounding. That's when it opened its mouth and laughed. I'm not talking about a normal cat sound. This was a human laugh, the same guttural sound I'd heard in the ruins. My blood went cold, and for a second I couldn't move. The cat stood up, still staring at me, and I swear it grew larger, its shape shifting and stretching upward. I turned and ran sideways off the path, crashing through undergrowth, not caring about the branches whipping my face or the unseen holes that could break an ankle. After a few minutes of blind panic, I found another section of the path and continued down, constantly looking over my shoulder. I didn't see the cat again, but twice more I heard that laugh echoing through the trees, seeming to come from all directions at once. By the time I reached the parking lot, I was soaked, covered in mud, and shaking uncontrollably. There were still 2 other cars besides mine in the lot, and I wondered if they belonged to the people I'd met. As I fumbled with my car keys, I looked back up toward the mountain. Through the rain and darkness, I could see a faint orange glow where the ruin should be, like candlelight or a small fire, and silhouetted against it, standing at the edge of the woods watching me, was a tall figure. I got in my car, locked the doors, and drove back to my cousin's place in a daze. When I got there, she took one look at me and knew something was wrong. I told her I'd gotten caught in the storm and taken a fall on the path. I couldn't bring myself to tell her what really happened. Not then. The weird thing is, when I checked the weather report later that night, there had been no thunderstorms recorded in the area, and the next day, my cousin mentioned that my clothes weren't as muddy as she expected given my story. When I looked at them myself, they were barely dirty at all. I've spent months trying to rationalize what happened. Maybe I got spooked by some local kids playing a prank. Maybe the stress of traveling and hiking alone affected me more than I realized. But deep down, I know what I experienced was real. I still have nightmares about that cat and its laugh. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night thinking I can hear it outside my window, even though I'm thousands of miles away now. And I keep wondering about that 6th person who joined their circle. Who or what was it? And what would have happened if I had stayed? Story 11. I still haven't figured out what happened in that duplex. And honestly, I'm not sure I want to know. It's been 6 months since Olivia and I fled that place, but the memories still wake me up in cold sweats. I've never written this down before, but maybe putting it out there will help me process it. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar and can tell me I'm not crazy. I was 19 when my mum bought this old duplex in Portland as an investment property. It seemed perfect. Built in 1915, it had all this vintage charm with original hardwood floors and those cute built-in cabinets. When Mum offered to let me and my roommate Olivia rent it at a discount, we jumped at the chance. We were both working entry-level jobs after graduating high school, trying to save money, so this felt like hitting the jackpot. The first couple weeks were great. Olivia and I spent our evenings decorating, making it feel like home. We even splurged on this gorgeous rose gold knife set that matched our kitchen aesthetic perfectly. It was our first real adult purchase together. Little did I know those knives would become part of my nightmares. It started with small things. I'd put my keys on the counter and find them in the bathroom later. Olivia would swear she left her textbook on the coffee table, only to discover it under her bed. We laughed it off, just being forgetful, right? We were busy, stressed, not paying attention. Normal explanation. Then one night in October, about a month after moving in, I woke up around 3 in the morning to a scratching sound coming from the kitchen. It wasn't loud, just persistent enough to pull me from sleep. I nudged Olivia awake. "Do you hear that?" I whispered. She listened for a moment, then nodded. Probably mice. This place is ancient. But it didn't sound like mice to me. It was too deliberate. Olivia got up and grabbed one of our rose gold knives from the block for protection. We crept to the kitchen together, flipped on the light, and found nothing. No mice, no scratching. Just our empty kitchen, looking exactly as we'd left it before bed. Weird, Olivia said, placing the knife back in its block. Maybe it was the pipes or something. I agreed, and we went back to bed. But I couldn't shake this feeling of unease, like we were being watched. I barely slept that night. The next morning, I went to make breakfast and noticed the knife block looked wrong. I counted. One knife was missing, the one Olivia had grabbed during the night. "Hey, Liv, where'd you put that knife from last night?" I called out. She appeared in the doorway, toothbrush in hand. "What are you talking about? I put it back in the block." We searched everywhere. Under the sink, in drawers, behind appliances. Nothing. The knife had vanished. 3 days later, I was doing laundry when I opened the drawer where we kept clothespins and stain removers. And there it was, the missing knife, nestled among the laundry supplies. A place neither of us would ever put a kitchen knife. A place neither of us had opened since the knife disappeared. "Olivia!" I shouted, my voice shaking. "Can you come here?" She took one look at the knife and turned pale. "I swear to God, Jess, I put it back in the block that night. I remember the sound it made sliding in. Did you sleepwalk? Maybe move it without remembering?" "I've never sleepwalked in my life." We put the knife back in its block, and I took a photo of the complete set with my phone, just to document it. That night, I had trouble sleeping again. The scratching sound returned, but this time it seemed to come from inside the walls. The following week, things escalated. Items would move overnight, not just be misplaced, but arranged in ways that made no sense. My hairbrush ended up in the refrigerator. Olivia's phone charger was coiled into a perfect spiral on the bathroom counter. One morning, all our mugs were turned upside down in the cabinet. We started keeping a log, trying to find patterns, rational explanations. Maybe there were gaps in our memory. Carbon monoxide poisoning. We bought a detector, normal levels. We checked for signs of break-ins. None. The doors and windows remained locked with no evidence of tampering. About 6 weeks after moving in, I invested in security cameras for all the entrances, front door, back door, even the windows that could potentially allow access. I felt silly spending the money, but I needed to know if someone was messing with us. The day that broke me happened in late November. Olivia and I both worked morning shifts and arrived home around the same time, just after 3 in the afternoon. The house looked normal from the outside, nothing out of place. We were laughing about something that had happened at Olivia's job as we walked in. The laughter died in my throat when we reached Olivia's bedroom. Olivia had changed her sheets that morning before work. I remember because she was running late and complaining about having spilled coffee on her comforter the night before. The bed was freshly made with her favorite blue sheets when we left. Now, centered perfectly on her pillow, was the mangled, decomposed carcass of what looked like a rat. It wasn't fresh. This thing had been dead for weeks. Its body was contorted, dried out, with patches of fur missing and exposed bone visible in places. Olivia screamed. I ran to the bathroom and threw up. When I could breathe again, my first thought was to check the cameras. We huddled together on the couch, reviewing the footage on my laptop. 4 hours of recording, covering the entire time we were gone. Not a single person entered or exited the duplex. No windows opened. Nothing. It had to be there before, I reasoned, my voice hollow. Maybe it was between the mattress and box spring and it just shifted up when the house settled or something. But we both knew that was impossible. Olivia had stripped the entire bed that morning. We stayed at a hotel that night. I called my mum, trying to sound casual as I asked about the history of the house. She said the previous owners were an elderly couple who'd lived there for 30 years before moving to assisted living. No deaths in the house that she knew of. Nothing unusual in the disclosure documents. We returned the next day, cleaned everything, and sage smudged the entire duplex. I'm not even spiritual, but at that point I was willing to try anything. Olivia wanted to move out immediately, but our lease was for a year, and neither of us could afford to break it and find a new place. The following weeks brought more incidents. The knife block became a particular focus. We'd wake up to find the knives rearranged or sometimes balanced precariously on edges of furniture. Once, I found all 5 knives lined up on the bathroom counter, pointing toward the shower while Olivia was in it. But the thing that really got to me was the Arby's sauce cup. My boyfriend Tyler came over for dinner one Friday night. He brought Arby's, and when he finished, he crumpled the sauce cup and threw it in our kitchen trash. The next morning, I found it on my nightstand, uncrumpled, empty, but clean, as if it had never been used. I threw it away again. That afternoon, it was on the shelf in the shower. I threw it away a third time, taking the trash all the way to the outdoor bin. The next day, the sauce cup was on the driver's seat of my car, inside my locked car. When I told Tyler, he thought I was playing a prank. "Come on, Jess, this isn't funny anymore," he said. "Just tell me how you're doing it." "I'm not doing anything." I showed him the security footage. No one had accessed my car. No one had entered our house. "Something is happening here, Tyler. Something I can't explain." He broke up with me a week later, said I was scaring him, that I needed help. Maybe he was right. By December, Olivia and I were sleeping in shifts, one awake, one asleep. We'd lost weight, developed dark circles under our eyes. My grades at community college were slipping. Olivia called in sick to work so often she was put on probation. The breaking point came right before Christmas. I woke up around 4 in the morning to use the bathroom. As I walked down the hallway, I noticed something odd about the wall. In the dim light filtering through the blinds, I could see what looked like handprints, dozens of them, small like a child's, pressed into the wallpaper. They weren't visible in daylight, but in the darkness, they seemed to glow faintly. I reached out to touch one and felt the wall move beneath my fingers, as if breathing. I ran back to my room, grabbed my phone, and took a video. But when I played it back, the handprints weren't visible. Just me, whispering frantically to myself, touching a normal wall. That same night, Olivia woke to find all her clothes removed from her closet and dresser, piled in the center of her room. On top was that same rose gold knife from the first night. We left the next day, broke the lease, forfeited our security deposit, and moved into a tiny studio apartment across town that we could barely afford. My mom was furious until she went to inspect the duplex and found all the knives embedded in the kitchen ceiling, handles down, points exposed. Something physically impossible for us to have done without a ladder, which we didn't own. She sold the house at a loss 2 months later. Here's the thing that still haunts me. The first night in our new apartment, I found that Arby's sauce cup on my pillow, just sitting there like it had followed us. I burned it in the sink, flushed the ashes down the toilet. It hasn't reappeared since, but sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I hear scratching from inside the walls. And occasionally, my keys aren't where I left them. I don't know what was in that duplex. I don't know if it followed us, or if it changed us somehow, made us more sensitive to whatever exists alongside our reality. All I know is that I still count my knives every night, and I never, ever eat at Arby's anymore. Story 12. I've been hesitating to write this down for a long time. It's been almost 3 years, but I still get chills thinking about what happened that night in my dad's house. I'm not the type to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. I've always been pretty logical, but what I experienced, I just can't explain it. Some background. I had just gone through a really rough patch in my life. Lost my job, went through a nasty breakup, and basically hit rock bottom. My dad offered to let me move back into my childhood home until I got back on my feet. I was 32 at the time and felt like a complete failure moving back home, but I didn't have many options. The house hadn't changed much since I was a kid. Same faded wallpaper in the hallway, same creaky third step on the staircase, same old ceiling fan in the kitchen that made that irritating clicking sound when it was set too high. Dad had our 3 dogs, all black lab miniature pinscher mixes named Ginger, Clover, and Sage. They were litter mates, and we'd had them since they were puppies, about 7 years at that point. The night it happened, I was having trouble sleeping. My old bedroom felt too small, too suffocating with all my childhood memories staring down at me. So I decided to crash on the living room couch instead. It was around 2 in the morning, and the house was completely silent except for the occasional snore from my dad's room upstairs. I was lying there, staring at the ceiling, when I realized the kitchen light was still on. Not the main light, just the small one built into the ceiling fan above the table. It was casting this dim yellow glow into the living room. I debated whether to get up and turn it off or just ignore it. I was finally getting comfortable, and the thought of moving seemed like too much effort. That's when I heard it, a low growl from the dog's kennel in the corner of the living room. The 3 of them usually slept together in this large kennel my dad had built, with the door left open so they could come and go. I figured one of them was dreaming or something, so I ignored it. But then came another growl, deeper, this time more deliberate. I propped myself up on my elbow and looked over at the kennel. Ginger and Sage were still asleep, but Clover was sitting upright, completely alert, staring intensely at something in the kitchen. Her ears were perked forward, and she was making this weird whining sound in the back of her throat. I followed her gaze toward the kitchen, specifically to the ceiling fan with its dim light. And that's when I saw it. There was something hovering around the fan. It's so hard to describe, but it looked like a small cloud of static, like when your TV loses signal, but 3-dimensional and contained. At first, I thought maybe it was just my eyes playing tricks on me because I was tired. I rubbed my eyes, blinked several times, even moved my head around to see if it was just a reflection or something. But it wasn't. This thing remained consistent, no matter how I moved or what angle I viewed it from. It was actually there, floating near the ceiling, about the size of a basketball, but with no definite shape, just this swirling mass of what looked like TV static. The weirdest part? I wasn't scared. Not at first. Just curious. It didn't feel threatening, just out of place. Like finding a penguin in your backyard. You know it doesn't belong there, but your first reaction is wonder, not fear. I sat up completely, still watching this static cloud. And then it moved, not in a random way, but purposefully, like it was aware of me watching it. It drifted away from the fan, toward the kitchen entrance, then paused, as if waiting. It sounds crazy, but I felt like it wanted me to follow it. I know how that sounds, but that's the feeling I got. So, against all better judgment, I got up and walked toward the kitchen. Clover let out another low growl, but she didn't move from the kennel. The static cloud floated slowly toward the kitchen sink, always staying about 7 feet off the ground. I followed it, feeling this strange pull. When it reached the sink, it hovered there, pulsating slightly. I felt like it wanted me to look in the sink, but being 5'6", I couldn't quite see inside without getting a chair. "What do you want?" I whispered, feeling stupid for talking to what was probably just some weird optical illusion. The cloud changed then, not dramatically, but enough for me to notice. The static seemed to get more intense, more agitated. Then it started drifting again, this time back toward the living room, but taking a different path, heading toward the hallway that led to the bedrooms. I hesitated. Something felt different now. The air in the house felt heavier, colder. Clover was still watching, but now she had retreated to the back of the kennel, pressed against her sleeping sisters. I followed the cloud into the living room, and that's when I noticed them. Two shadowy figures sitting on the couch, exactly where I'd been lying just minutes before. They weren't clear like the static cloud, they were just darker patches in an already dark room, human-shaped but without features. They were sitting side by side, hunched over slightly. My heart started pounding in my chest. This was no longer curious, this was terrifying. I stood frozen at the entrance to the living room, the static cloud hovering a few feet ahead of me, almost as if it was introducing me to these things. And then I heard it. Soft, muffled weeping coming from one of the figures. Not loud, just barely audible, like someone crying into a pillow. The other figure was muttering something, too quiet for me to make out the words, but the cadence was angry, threatening. I wanted to run upstairs and wake my dad, but that would mean going past the couch, past those things. I wanted to call out to him, but my voice was stuck in my throat. The weeping got a little louder, and I swear I heard my name mixed in with the muttering. That's when fear completely took over. I backpedaled rapidly, no longer caring about the static cloud, and ran down the hallway to my old bedroom. I slammed the door shut and leaned against it, breathing hard. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely turn the lock. I grabbed my phone to call my dad. But then what would I say? "Dad, there's a static cloud and shadow people in the living room." He'd think I was having some kind of breakdown. I sat on my bed, phone clutched in my hand, listening. The house was silent again. After about 10 minutes of nothing, I started to wonder if I had imagined the whole thing. Maybe I had fallen asleep on the couch and dreamed it all. Then I heard a soft scratching at my door. Not like a dog scratching to be let in. This was higher up, at doorknob level. I held my breath, staring at the door. The scratching continued for maybe 30 seconds, then stopped. A few moments later, I saw it. That same static cloud, but now it was seeping under my door, just a tiny tendril of it, like smoke. It didn't come all the way in, just poked through as if testing whether it could enter. I scrambled back on my bed until I hit the wall, heart pounding in my ears. "Go away," I whispered, clutching my pillow like a shield. The static tendril retreated, disappearing back under the door. I sat there for what felt like hours, too terrified to move, too alert to sleep. Eventually, dawn started to filter through my window blinds. When the house was fully lit by morning sun, I finally gathered the courage to open my door. The hallway was empty. I crept into the living room. Nothing. The dogs were all awake now, acting completely normal, tails wagging when they saw me. The kitchen was exactly as it had been the night before, ceiling fan light still on. I woke my dad and tried to casually ask if he'd heard anything strange during the night. He just grunted and said he'd slept like a log as usual. I wanted to tell him what happened, but how could I explain something I didn't understand myself? Over breakfast, I noticed Clover watching me intently, more so than usual. When my dad left the room to get dressed, she came over and put her head on my lap, something she rarely did. It was like she was saying, "I saw it too. You're not crazy." I moved out of my dad's house 2 weeks later, earlier than I had planned. I told him I found a good deal on an apartment, but the truth was I couldn't spend another night in that house. I never saw the static cloud or the shadow figures again, but sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I swear I can hear that soft weeping just at the edge of my hearing. I've tried researching what I experienced. Some people suggest it might have been sleep paralysis, but I was definitely moving around. Others say it could have been my mom's spirit. She passed away when I was in college, trying to communicate, but that doesn't explain the shadow figures or why one of them seemed so angry. The dogs still live with my dad, and whenever I visit, Clover still watches me with those knowing eyes. She never goes into the kitchen at night anymore, neither do I. I don't know what was in that house that night. I don't know if it's still there. All I know is that something wanted my attention, and sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I had been able to see into that sink, or if I had approached those figures on the couch instead of running away. Some questions are better left unanswered. Story 13. I've never told this story to anyone outside my family and a few close friends. Even now, typing this out, I feel that same cold dread I've felt for over 10 years. I'm 21 now, but this started when I was just a kid, and it's only gotten worse. It all began after my dad, Daniel, came back from Desert Storm. He served in the liberation of Kuwait and brought back this collection of souvenirs from his tours. Most were harmless. Patches, coins, photos. But there was this old gas mask he'd gotten from a POW and some Arabic artifacts that always gave me the creeps. I remember being maybe 8 or 9 and already feeling uncomfortable in my dad's bedroom. He kept all his military stuff there, and I'd get this overwhelming urge to run whenever my back was turned to the door. It wasn't like normal kid fear, it was this primal feeling of danger, like something was watching me and waiting for me to let my guard down. The first really weird thing happened after we moved to a new apartment when I was 11. I was sitting in the living room doing homework when I heard all the cupboards in the kitchen open at once. I thought it was my dad messing around, but when I went to check, the kitchen was empty and all the cupboards were wide open. No explanation, nobody else was home. That same week, I started hearing strange noises coming from my dad's closet where he kept his military gear. It sounded like shuffling or scratching. Dad brushed it off as mice, but our apartment was on the 3rd floor and we'd never had pests before. The worst incident in that first apartment happened when I was home alone. I was watching TV when I heard my dad's bedroom door creak open slowly. At first, I thought he'd come home early from work, so I called out, "Dad?" No answer. When I got up to check, I literally watched the door open by itself. Not like it was pushed by the wind or something. There was no draft, no windows open, nothing. It opened like someone was standing there pulling it. I ran out of the apartment and waited in the hallway until my dad got home an hour later. When we moved to a condo across town, things actually calmed down for a while. I remember thinking whatever had followed us had finally given up. But then we started packing for our 3rd move about 2 years later, and that's when I found it, this strange box that looked like a comic book container. My dad had never shown it to me before. It was tucked away in the back of his closet, and honestly, I probably shouldn't have opened it, but I was 13 and curious. Inside were all these items from the war, the gas mask, some prayer beads, old photos, a small Quran, and this weird little statue thing that looked ancient. The moment I opened that box, I felt something shift in the room, like I'd crossed a line I shouldn't have. The air got heavy, and I swear the temperature dropped. My dad caught me and got really upset, told me never to touch his war box again. He wasn't normally the type to get angry, so his reaction scared me almost as much as the box itself. Our 3rd home was a 2-story house, and my dad put the box in the guest bedroom. Almost immediately, that room started feeling wrong. The rest of the house felt normal, but walking into that guest room made me feel sick to my stomach. It was like walking through a wall of negative energy. The air felt thick and cold, and I'd get this intense feeling of being unwelcome, like I was trespassing. One night about 3 months after moving in, I was up late playing video games when I heard what sounded like low throat singing coming from downstairs. It was around 2 in the morning, and my dad was asleep in his room. The sound was this deep, rhythmic humming that seemed to vibrate through the walls. When I paused my game to listen better, it stopped. As soon as I started playing again, it started up again, like whatever was making the noise knew when I was paying attention. The footsteps started next. I'd hear them coming up the stairs at night, slow and deliberate, but when I'd check, there was nobody there. Sometimes they'd stop right outside my bedroom door, and I'd lie there frozen, waiting for someone to come in. Nobody ever did, but I'd feel this pressure in the room, like someone was standing there watching me. The temperature in the house would fluctuate wildly too. The guest room would be freezing cold even in summer, while the rest of the house was normal. We had the heating system checked multiple times, but nothing was ever wrong with it. My girlfriend at the time, Mia, experienced it too, which is why I know I wasn't just imagining things. She was over one afternoon when my dad was at work, and we were in my room with the door closed. When she tried to leave to use the bathroom, the door wouldn't open. It wasn't locked, it just wouldn't budge, like someone was holding it shut from the other side. We both pushed against it, and suddenly it gave way, swinging open so fast that Mia fell backward. There was nobody on the other side, but the hallway was ice cold. After our fourth move, things got so much worse. We moved into another 2-story house about 5 years ago, and whatever was attached to that box seemed to get stronger. That's when I started actually seeing things. The first visual happened late one night. I was walking to the bathroom, and as I passed the guest room, where once again my dad had put the box, I saw something in the doorway. It was this shadow, about 3 or 4 feet tall, peering out at me at this weird 45-degree angle, like it was leaning out just enough to see me. I froze, and it slowly retreated back into the room. I ran back to my bedroom and didn't sleep the rest of the night. A few nights later, I had to go to the bathroom again, and when I passed the guest room, the shadow was back. But this time it was bigger, maybe 6 feet tall, with half its body emerging from the doorway. It didn't move this time, just stood there, and I swear I could feel it watching me even though it didn't have visible eyes. It was just this dense black shape that absorbed the light around it. Mia saw things too. She stayed over one weekend when my dad was away on a business trip, and in the middle of the night she woke me up, terrified. She said she'd seen lights on in the guest room when she got up to get water, but we never used that room, and the light was off when we went to bed. When she checked, the door was half open. We always keep it closed, but the light was off. She said she felt like someone was standing in the dark, watching her. The shadows became a regular thing after that. I'd see them in hallways, at the foot of the stairs, sometimes even in the corner of my room at night. They never did anything, just watched, but their presence was enough to make me feel constantly on edge in my own home. My dad refuses to get rid of the box or its contents. He says they're important memories from his service, but I think there's more to it than that. Sometimes I catch him staring at the guest room door with this strange look on his face, like he's having a silent conversation with whatever's in there. Last month, things escalated again. I was home alone, studying in my room, when I heard my name being called from downstairs. It sounded exactly like my dad, so I went down to see what he wanted. The house was empty, and when I called him to check, he was still at work, 45 minutes away. That night, I woke up around 3 in the morning feeling like someone was in my room. When I opened my eyes, there was this tall shadow standing at the foot of my bed. It was darker than the darkness around it, like a void in the shape of a person. I couldn't move or speak, just laid there, heart pounding, as it slowly leaned over me. The air got so cold, I could see my breath. After what felt like hours, it straightened up and moved toward my wall, where it seemed to sink into it and disappear. The next morning, there were 3 long scratch marks on my bedroom wall that hadn't been there before. I've tried to talk to my dad about it, to convince him to get rid of the box or at least have someone cleanse it, but he dismisses the whole thing. He says I've always been too sensitive and imaginative, but this isn't my imagination. Whatever came back with him from Kuwait has been with us for over 10 years, following us through 4 different homes, and it's getting stronger. Last week, I came home to find all the photos in the hallway, turned backward on the wall, every single one. My dad was at work, and I was the only one with a key. When I tried to turn them back around, my hands felt like they were burning, and I got this overwhelming feeling of rage that wasn't my own. I'm moving out next month to my own apartment, and I'm terrified that whatever is attached to that box will follow me. I've started having nightmares about the gas mask and that little statue, dreams where they're sitting on my chest, getting heavier and heavier until I can't breathe. I don't know what to do. I don't know if this thing is tied to the items themselves or if it's attached to my family now. All I know is that for over 10 years, something has been watching us, following us, and gradually claiming more territory in our homes and our lives. And I'm afraid that one day it's going to do more than just watch. Story 14. I've always been a practical person, not one who believed in ghosts or supernatural stuff. But what happened to me in that old medical center in southern France has completely changed how I see the world. Even now, I'm not sure if I should be sharing this, but I need to tell someone who might understand. About 3 years ago, I was looking for property investments in this quaint little town in the south of France. The real estate market there was promising, low prices, beautiful countryside, and potential for good returns. My friend Mark, who lived nearby, tipped me off about this abandoned medical center on the outskirts of town. He said it was going for a steal because nobody wanted to take on such a massive renovation project. The first time I saw the building, I should have been put off. It was a mess. A massive 400 square meter concrete structure from the 1950s, completely abandoned for about 8 years. The locals told me it had served as the town's main medical facility for over 50 years, before a new hospital was built in the neighboring city. Squatters had ransacked the place. There was graffiti everywhere, broken windows, trashed sinks, and medical equipment scattered around like something out of a horror movie. The electricity was spotty at best, and half the building had no running water. The basement was flooded with about 2 inches of water, and there was this weird, musty smell throughout the whole place. But something about it just called to me. That's the only way I can describe it. Standing in the main entrance hall with its cracked linoleum floors and peeling paint, I felt this strange sense of belonging, like I'd come home. Mark thought I was crazy when I told him I was going to buy it. "You're out of your mind," he said. "This place will bankrupt you." He was probably right, but I couldn't help myself. I made an offer the next day, and a week later, the place was mine. My plan was to convert it into apartments, or maybe a boutique hotel. I moved in before any proper renovations could begin. I set up a makeshift bedroom in what used to be a doctor's office on the second floor. It had a relatively intact window and door that locked, which was more than could be said for most rooms. I brought in a camping bed, a space heater, and some basic furniture. Mark thought I was nuts for staying there, but I insisted I needed to get a feel for the place before starting renovations. That's when things started getting weird. The first night, I woke up around 3 in the morning feeling like someone was watching me. I opened my eyes and could swear I saw a woman in a white uniform standing at the foot of my bed. When I blinked, she was gone. I chalked it up to the shadows from the streetlight outside playing tricks on me. But then other things started happening. I'd be working in one room and hear footsteps in the hallway, only to find no one there. Doors would open and close on their own. I'd feel cold spots in certain areas, even on hot summer days. And the whispers, God, the whispers. Sometimes they were so faint I could barely hear them, like someone talking just below the threshold of hearing. Other times they were clearer, snippets of conversations about patients and treatments. I've always been somewhat empathic, sensitive to energies and emotions, but I'd never experienced anything like this. I started having these visions, I guess you could call them. Flashes of the building in its heyday. I'd turn a corner and for a split second see the hallway clean and bright, with nurses walking past carrying trays of medication. I'd see patients in wheelchairs being pushed by orderlies, doctors consulting charts. Then I'd blink and it would all be gone, leaving just the decaying shell of the building. The strangest part? I wasn't scared, not even a little bit. In any other circumstances, being alone in a massive abandoned building with weird noises and visions would have freaked me out completely. But here I felt protected, safe. Every room felt like a friend. Even walking through the pitch-black corridors at night, I never felt the need to rush or look over my shoulder. About 2 weeks after moving in, Mark came to stay the night to help me plan the renovation work. We stayed up late drinking wine and discussing which walls could be knocked down and where new bathrooms could be installed. Eventually, we called it a night. Him on the couch in the former waiting room downstairs, me in my makeshift bedroom upstairs. That night, I woke up at exactly 2 a.m. I know because I checked my phone the moment I heard the footsteps in the hallway. Slow, deliberate footsteps, like someone in soft-soled shoes, walking carefully to avoid making noise. They stopped right outside my door. Then the door handle turned, and the door slowly opened. Just a crack at first, then wider. I lay there frozen, not out of fear, but out of curiosity. The door stayed open for about 30 seconds, as if someone was checking on me, then gently closed again. The footsteps retreated down the hallway. I jumped out of bed and ran to the door, throwing it open. The hallway was pitch black and completely empty. I called out Mark's name, but there was no answer. I checked downstairs, and he was fast asleep on the couch, snoring loudly. When I woke him up and asked if he'd been upstairs, he looked at me like I was insane. "I've been asleep for hours," he said. "And why would I creep around and open your door without saying anything? That's just weird, man." Over the next few months, these experiences became almost routine. I'd see movement from the corner of my eye several times a day. The whispers were constant background noise, like a radio playing just at the edge of hearing. Sometimes I'd feel a light touch on my shoulder or arm when I was working. Doors would open for me when my hands were full of tools or materials. But the really weird part was what happened to me personally. I'm usually pretty lazy about renovation work. I prefer to hire people to do it. But with this building, I developed this obsession with restoring it myself. I'd work 16-hour days without getting tired. I learned skills I'd never had before: plumbing, electrical work, plastering, and I was good at them, despite never having done them before. It was like my hands knew what to do without my brain having to figure it out. And the love I felt for this building was intense. I'd find myself stroking the walls and whispering to it as I worked. "We're going to make you beautiful again," I'd say, "just like you used to be." I'd get emotional when uncovering original features, crying with joy when I found the original 1950s tiles under layers of linoleum, or when I restored the beautiful curved reception desk in the entrance hall. Mark noticed the change in me. "You're different," he said one day. "It's like you're possessed by this place." I laughed it off at the time, but looking back, I think he was right. I think I was possessed, not in a scary, demonic way, but in a gentle, guiding way. I believe I was connecting with the spirit of someone who had worked in that medical center and loved it so much that they stayed after death. About a year into the renovation, I was clearing out a storage room in the basement when I found a box of old staff photos. One in particular caught my eye. A group shot from 1975 of the entire medical staff standing in front of the building. My eyes were immediately drawn to a woman standing slightly apart from the others. She was in her 40s, wearing a head nurse's uniform with a kind but serious face. The name tag on the photo identified her as Head Nurse Claire Dumont. The moment I saw her face, I knew. She was the woman I'd seen at the foot of my bed that first night. She was the presence I'd been feeling all along. After that discovery, I started talking to her openly. "Good morning, Claire," I'd say when I started work each day. "What should we fix today?" And I swear I'd get a feeling, a pull toward a particular room or area that needed attention. The renovation continued for almost 2 years. I poured every cent I had into that building, restoring it room by room. The locals thought I was crazy, spending so much money on an old medical center, but I didn't care. It wasn't about the investment anymore. It was about honoring the building and the people who had worked there, especially Claire. But then reality hit hard. The financial crisis of 2020 affected my other investments badly. I started running out of money with the renovation still not complete. My bank refused to extend my loans. With a heavy heart, I realized I would have to sell the medical center. The night after I made that decision was the worst. I sat in the former reception area, now beautifully restored, with its original wood paneling and that curved desk, and I cried like a baby. "I'm sorry, Claire," I sobbed. "I failed you. I couldn't finish it." That night, the paranormal activity reached a peak. Every door in the building slammed shut simultaneously, then flew open again. The lights flickered on and off. I heard what sounded like a woman crying, the sound echoing through the entire building. Then, for the first and only time, I felt afraid. Not of Claire, but of her pain, her disappointment, her grief. I put the building on the market the next day. Within a week, I had an offer from the local government. They wanted to convert it into offices for various public services. The price was good, and at least the building would be used again, not demolished. The day I handed over the keys was one of the saddest of my life. I walked through each room one last time, saying goodbye. In what had been Claire's office, I'd figured out which one it was from the old floor plans. I left a small bunch of flowers and a note that simply said, "Thank you." As I locked the front door for the last time, I felt a hand on my shoulder and heard a whisper in my ear, "Au revoir." Then the presence that had been with me for 2 years was gone, just like that. I felt empty, like I'd lost a part of myself. I drove away without looking back. I couldn't bear to see the building getting smaller in my rearview mirror. It's been a year now since I sold the medical center. I've driven past it a few times. It's now a bustling government office building with a fresh coat of paint and new signage. The locals say it's the nicest government building they've ever seen, with its beautifully restored features and warm, welcoming atmosphere. I still don't know exactly what happened to me in that place. Was I really possessed in some gentle way by the spirit of a woman who had dedicated her life to that building? Did Claire somehow transfer her skills and her love for the place to me, so I could restore it when she couldn't? Or was it all in my head? Some weird psychological reaction to the stress of taking on such a massive project? All I know is that I've never felt the same connection to any building since. I've never worked with the same passion or energy. And sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I swear I can hear faint footsteps approaching my door, checking to make sure I'm okay before retreating down a hallway that isn't there. Story 15. I never thought I'd be the type of person to post something like this, but I'm honestly at my wit's end and need to know if anyone else has experienced anything similar. I can't talk to my friends about it because they'll think I'm having some kind of breakdown, and maybe I am. But what happened yesterday has me completely shaken. I'm a 28-year-old graphic designer living in Portland. Nothing special about me, just a normal woman with a normal life, normal friends, and until yesterday, a completely normal grasp on reality. It was around 9 in the evening, and I was in bed scrolling through Instagram before sleep like I always do. My apartment was quiet except for the light rain tapping against my bedroom window, which usually helps me drift off. I'd had a pretty standard day. Work, grabbed coffee with a coworker, picked up groceries, made dinner, watched some Netflix. Nothing out of the ordinary that would explain what happened next. I was mindlessly flicking through my feed when I came across a video from some wellness influencer I don't even follow. It must have been suggested content or something. The woman in the video was probably in her 30s, conventionally attractive with long blonde hair, standing in a bright white kitchen explaining the benefits of different hydrating foods. I wasn't particularly interested, but I wasn't really paying attention either. Just letting the video play as I contemplated whether I should brush my teeth or scroll for another 5 minutes. That's when I noticed something off about her face. At first, it was so subtle I thought it was just a weird filter or something wrong with my phone. Her eyes seemed slightly larger than they should be, and when she smiled, her mouth stretched a bit too wide at the corners. I blinked a few times, thinking maybe I was just tired. But then it got worse. As the video continued, her eyes began to grow, expanding beyond what should be humanly possible. The whites of her eyes were taking up more and more space on her face, and her pupils started to elongate vertically like a cat's. Her mouth was stretching wider too, the corners extending almost to her ears, revealing too many teeth. Teeth that seemed to be getting longer and sharper with each passing second. I felt my heart racing, but I couldn't look away. I kept thinking maybe it was some kind of AR filter glitching out, or maybe I was just exhausted and seeing things. But it continued to progress. Her skin started to take on a grayish tinge, and the proportions of her face became increasingly distorted. Her nose flattened against her face, almost disappearing entirely, while her cheekbones became unnaturally sharp and prominent. By the end of the 60-second video, I was staring at something that wasn't human anymore. Her face had completely transformed into this thing that I can only describe as demonic. It didn't happen all at once. That would have been easier to dismiss as a glitch or a joke. The gradual nature of the transformation made it so much more disturbing because it gave me time to question my own perception. The worst part, she was still talking about cucumber water and electrolytes like nothing was happening. Her voice completely normal, while her face became this horrific mask. When the video ended, I sat there in shock for a moment, my hands trembling. I immediately scrolled to the comments. Certain other people must have seen it too. There were dozens of comments, but they were all things like, "Thanks for the tips," and "Love your kitchen." Not a single person mentioned anything about her face changing into a monster right before their eyes. I went back and watched the video again, bracing myself. The exact same thing happened. The gradual distortion until her face was completely inhuman. But this time, something even more terrifying occurred. Near the end of the video, she looked directly at the camera, and I swear to God, it felt like she was looking specifically at me. Her distorted eyes seemed to lock with mine through the screen, and she raised her eyebrows slightly and gave this knowing little smile, as if to say, "Yes, I see that you can see me." My blood ran cold. I actually dropped my phone and jumped out of bed, breathing hard. It took me a few minutes to calm down enough to pick up my phone again. I needed to know if I was hallucinating or if there was something wrong with just this one video. I started scrolling through my feed, looking at other people's faces. My friend Sarah's vacation photos, normal. A video from a cooking account I follow. The chef's face was completely normal. A makeup tutorial. Again, nothing strange about the woman's face. It was just that one woman, just her face that transformed. I spent the next hour frantically researching what could cause someone to see facial distortions. Was it a neurological issue? Was I having the early signs of a stroke or something? But everything I read didn't quite match what I experienced. This wasn't just seeing a face as slightly different or unrecognizable. This was watching a complete transformation into something inhuman. Then I remembered something I'd seen months ago in some spiritual subreddit I'd stumbled across. People were discussing something called demon face syndrome, where supposedly certain sensitive individuals can temporarily see through the human disguises of non-human entities living among us. At the time, I'd rolled my eyes and kept scrolling, dismissing it as new age nonsense or creepypasta material. But now, I wasn't so sure. I spent hours going down this rabbit hole, reading accounts from people claiming to have experienced the same thing. Many of the stories shared similar elements: the gradual nature of the transformation, the fact that it only happened with specific individuals, and most disturbingly, the moment of recognition where the entity seems to realize it's been seen. One account particularly stood out. A man described watching a news anchor whose face slowly distorted during a broadcast. When he mentioned it to his wife, who was watching the same program, she saw nothing unusual. But his 3-year-old daughter pointed at the screen and started crying, saying the lady had a monster face. I've never been into supernatural stuff. I was raised Catholic, but stopped going to church in my teens, and I've always considered myself pretty rational. I don't read horoscopes, I don't believe in ghosts, and I've always thought people who claim to see auras or whatever are either lying or experiencing some kind of neurological phenomenon they're misinterpreting. But what I saw yesterday has completely shattered my sense of certainty about, well, everything. I was completely sober. I wasn't sleep deprived. It was 9 o'clock in the evening, not the middle of the night. I wasn't on any new medications. There's no rational explanation I can come up with for what I saw. What's been keeping me up all night is the way she looked at me, that small, knowing smile, those raised eyebrows, the recognition in her eyes. If I was just hallucinating, how could my hallucination interact with me like that? And if I wasn't hallucinating, what the hell did I see? I tried finding the video again this morning, but it seems to have disappeared from my feed. I can't remember the woman's username, and my search history doesn't show anything related to hydrating foods or wellness content from yesterday. It's like the video never existed. I've been avoiding Instagram since then, but I can't stop thinking about it. What if there are others out there? What if I start seeing the same distortions in people's faces in real life? What if I pass someone on the street tomorrow and watch their face transform right in front of me? The more I think about it, the more terrified I become. Because if what I saw was real, if there really are non-human entities disguised as people among us, then what else might be real that we've dismissed as superstition or folklore? I've barely slept since it happened. Every time I close my eyes, I see her face, the way it's stretched and distorted, those elongated pupils, that too wide smile with too many teeth. And I keep feeling like she's aware of me somehow, like I've drawn her attention by seeing through her disguise. I know how this sounds. If someone else posted this, I'd probably think they were experiencing some kind of mental health crisis, or maybe they were on drugs and didn't want to admit it. But I know what I saw, and I know I was completely sober and of sound mind when I saw it. Has anyone else experienced anything like this? Am I losing my mind? Or did I actually glimpse something supernatural hiding in plain sight? And if I did, what do I do now? I keep checking the corners of my apartment, feeling like I'm being watched. I've been avoiding mirrors too, afraid of what I might see in my own reflection. The rational part of my brain is screaming that I need to see a doctor, that this could be the beginning of some kind of psychosis. But another part of me is absolutely certain that what I saw was real. The most terrifying thought is that now that I've seen her, she's seen me too, and I can't shake the feeling that by recognizing what she is, I've somehow marked myself. I just need to know if anyone else has experienced this. Please, if you have, tell me I'm not alone in this. Tell me I'm not going crazy, because right now I don't know what's real anymore, and I'm scared to even look at people's faces on screens or in real life, in case I see it happen again. Story 16. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened in that house. It's been 3 years since we moved out, but I swear sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night thinking I hear those same sounds. We moved into my ex-husband's grandmother's house in Pineville back in 2018. I wasn't thrilled about the idea at first. The place was stuck in a serious 70s time warp, wood paneling everywhere, shag carpet in the most hideous shade of burnt orange you can imagine, and wallpaper with these massive flower patterns that gave me a headache. But my husband Dan insisted it made financial sense. The mortgage was paid off, and we'd just be responsible for property taxes and utilities while we saved for our own place. What he didn't tell me until after we'd moved in was how his grandmother had died there. Apparently she'd refused to go to a retirement home despite her declining health. I was born in this house, and I'll die in this house, she used to say. And she did, after complications from heart surgery. Dan's mum had tried to convince her to move in with them, but Grandma Carter was stubborn to the end. The first few weeks were busy with unpacking and trying to update the place enough to make it livable. The girls, Lily, 8, Emma, 6, and Zoe, 4, were excited about having their own rooms upstairs. Dan and I took the master bedroom on the ground floor, which had been Grandma Carter's. I remember feeling weird about sleeping in a dead woman's bed, but we'd bought a new mattress, so I tried not to think about it. The first incident happened about a month after we moved in. It was around 9:30 at night, and Dan and I were folding laundry in our bedroom. The girls had been asleep for about an hour. We were talking about some home improvement projects when we both heard it, the unmistakable sound of a child's footsteps, running across the hallway upstairs. I immediately tensed up. "Did you hear that?" I whispered. Dan nodded, already heading for the stairs. I followed him, my heart pounding. The hallway upstairs was dark and quiet. We checked each of the girls' rooms, but they were all sound asleep. Lily was sprawled across her bed like always. Emma was curled up with her stuffed bunny, and Zoe was sleeping with her thumb in her mouth. "Maybe one of them got up to use the bathroom and went back to bed," Dan suggested, but I could tell he didn't believe it. The footsteps we'd heard were too distinct, too energetic for a sleepy child. We went back downstairs, and I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. "This house creaks a lot," Dan said. "Old houses make noises." I agreed, but deep down, I knew what we'd heard wasn't just the house settling. About a week later, I was home alone with the girls while Dan was at work. I was in the kitchen making lunch when I heard music playing. It was faint, like it was coming from somewhere distant in the house. I followed the sound to what we called the back bedroom, a small room off the dining area that had been Grandma Carter's sewing room. We were using it for storage until we could figure out what to do with it. The music was coming from an old-fashioned jewelry box sitting on the windowsill. It was playing a tinkling melody that I later learned was "You Are My Sunshine." I stood there frozen, watching the little ballerina figure spin slowly inside. The thing is, I hadn't opened it. I hadn't even touched it since we'd moved in. I snapped the lid shut, and the music stopped abruptly. My hands were shaking. I knew that jewelry boxes don't just open and start playing on their own. I told Dan about it when he got home, and he suggested maybe one of the girls had been playing with it and didn't close it properly. But all three girls denied touching it, and I believed them. Emma was actually afraid of it, saying it looked creepy. Things escalated. And from there, we'd hear doors opening and closing when no one was near them. The girls started complaining about feeling like someone was watching them while they played. Lily, our oldest, refused to go to the bathroom by herself at night, saying she saw shadows moving under the door. The most terrifying incident happened about 2 months after we moved in. Dan was getting ready for an overnight business trip, and I was still half asleep in bed. It was around 5:30 in the morning. As Dan was in the bathroom shaving, I distinctly heard children's voices calling "Mom" from somewhere in the house. I sat up, groggy and confused. "Dan?" I called out. "Did you hear that?" He stuck his head out of the bathroom, shaving cream still on half his face. "Yeah, sounds like the girls are up early." "Can you check on them? I'm still so tired." Dan wiped his face and headed upstairs. A minute later, he came back looking pale. "What's wrong?" I asked, suddenly wide awake. "They're all asleep, Eliza. All three of them. Sound asleep." I felt a chill run down my spine. "But we both heard—" "I know," he cut me off. "I don't have an explanation." After that, I couldn't go back to sleep. I got up and made coffee, jumping at every little noise. When Dan left for his trip, I almost begged him to stay. Being alone in that house with whatever was there terrified me. That night, after I'd put the girls to bed, I was sitting in the living room watching TV with all the lights on when I saw it for the first time. A shadow figure at the edge of my vision. It was darker than the surrounding darkness, a human-shaped void that seemed to absorb light. I turned my head quickly, but it was gone. I told myself it was just my imagination, that I was freaking myself out because of what had happened that morning. But then I saw it again, this time moving from the kitchen to the dining room. I sat frozen on the couch, too scared to move. The TV continued playing, but I couldn't hear it over the sound of my own heartbeat. I grabbed my phone, ready to call Dan, when the lights flickered. Just once, quickly, but enough to make me gasp. I slept with the girls that night, all of us crammed into Lily's twin bed. I told them I was having a special sleepover, but I think Lily knew something was wrong. She kept her arm around me all night, like she was protecting me. The next day, I started researching the house's history. Dan had told me his grandmother had lived there for over 50 years, but I wanted to know more. I went to the local library and looked through old newspapers. What I found made my blood run cold. Before Grandma Carter bought the house in 1968, it had belonged to a family named the Sullivans. In 1965, their 10-year-old son had drowned in a creek behind the property. Less than a year later, Mrs. Sullivan had died in the house, officially from pneumonia, but rumor had it she'd given up on living after losing her son. When I told Dan what I'd found, he brushed it off. "Every old house has a history," he said. "Doesn't mean it's haunted." But I knew better. The activity in the house was increasing. Items would disappear and reappear in strange places. One morning, all the kitchen cabinets were open when I came downstairs, though I was sure I'd closed them the night before. The girls started having nightmares about the shadow person who watched them sleep. One evening, about 3 months after we moved in, I was giving Zoe a bath when I heard a crash from downstairs. I wrapped her in a towel and rushed down to find a framed photo of Grandma Carter shattered on the floor. It had been sitting on a shelf that was at least 2 feet from the edge of the table. There was no way it could have fallen by itself. As I was cleaning up the glass, I felt a cold spot in the room, so cold it made my teeth ache, and then I smelled it, a floral, powdery scent that I recognized as the perfume Dan's grandmother used to wear. I'd never smelled it in the house before. "Is that you?" I whispered, feeling ridiculous but desperate. "Is that you, Grandma Carter?" The temperature dropped even further, and I swear I felt something brush against my hair, like fingers gently touching it. Zoe, who was sitting on the stairs wrapped in her towel, suddenly pointed to the corner of the room. "Who's that lady, Mommy?" I spun around, but there was no one there. "What lady, sweetie?" "The old lady with the grey hair. She's smiling at you." I grabbed Zoe and ran upstairs, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. I called Dan and told him what had happened, insisting that he come home early from his trip. He arrived late that night, clearly annoyed but trying to hide it. "Zoe's 4, Eliza. Kids that age have active imaginations." "But what about everything else? The footsteps, the voices, the jewelry box?" He sighed. "Look, I know this house can be creepy. It's old and unfamiliar, but there's no such thing as ghosts." I wanted to believe him, but too much had happened. And that night, as if to prove me right, things got worse. Around 2 in the morning, all 3 girls woke up screaming at the same time. Dan and I ran upstairs to find them huddled together in the hallway, sobbing. "The shadow was in my room," Lily gasped. "It was standing over my bed, watching me." "Me too," Emma whimpered. "It was tall and had no face." Even Dan couldn't explain this away. All 3 girls in separate rooms, having the same experience at the same time. He finally agreed something strange was happening, though he still resisted the idea that it was supernatural. The next day, he installed security cameras throughout the house, convinced we had an intruder. But the cameras never caught anything unusual, at least not anything visible. They did, however, record sounds that shouldn't have been there. Whispers, footsteps, and once, chillingly, a child's laugh when no one was home. Things came to a head about 6 months after we moved in. I was alone in the house. Dan had taken the girls to his parents for the weekend, and I was supposed to join them the next day after finishing some work. I was in the kitchen making dinner when all the lights went out. I figured it was a power outage and reached for my phone to use as a flashlight. But as I turned on the flashlight app, I heard footsteps upstairs. Heavy, slow footsteps that definitely weren't a child's. Then came the sound of something being dragged across the floor. "Hello?" I called out, my voice shaking. "Is someone there?" Silence. Then more footsteps, this time on the stairs, coming down, one slow step at a time. I backed up against the counter, my phone clutched in my hand. The footsteps reached the bottom of the stairs and then stopped. I held my breath, waiting. And then I saw it. The shadow figure, darker and more solid than I'd ever seen it before. It stood in the doorway between the living room and kitchen, a human shape but somehow wrong, like it was stretched or distorted. I couldn't see any features, just darkness. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The figure stayed there for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only seconds. Then it moved, not walking but gliding, across the kitchen toward me. That's when I ran. I didn't even grab my keys or purse, just bolted out the back door and ran to my neighbor's house. They called the police, who found nothing unusual in our house except for some open drawers in the master bedroom. We moved out the following week. Dan still thinks there must be a logical explanation for everything that happened, but he couldn't argue with my refusal to spend another night there. We later learned from his mum that Grandma Carter had insisted on keeping that house despite having the money to move somewhere nicer. "This house has my memories," she'd say. "It knows me, and I know it." I sometimes wonder if she's still there, if her attachment to that house was so strong that not even death could break it. Or maybe it was the Sullivan boy, or his mother, or something else entirely that was there long before any of them. All I know is that I've never felt such absolute terror as I did that night in the kitchen, facing that shadow figure. Sometimes I still see it in my dreams, standing in a doorway, watching me, waiting. For what, I don't know, and I hope I never find out. Story 17. I've been in this cellar for 26 days now, maybe 27. The marks I've been scratching on the wall are starting to blur together. The battery in my phone died 2 weeks ago, and my watch stopped 3 days later. Time feels meaningless anyway. My name isn't important anymore. Just call me X. That's what my sister used to call me when we were little. She couldn't pronounce my real name. Thinking about her makes my chest hurt so bad I can barely breathe. I lived in a village called Thornwick, small place, middle of nowhere, England. Population was 839 according to the sign. Now, who knows? 0 normal humans as far as I can tell. Just me and the uglies. That's what I call them. The infected, the ones who aren't dead but aren't alive either. They're just ugly. Not just their appearance, though that's horrific enough. The way they move, the sounds they make, everything about them is wrong. It all happened so fast. One day everything was normal. The next there were reports of a public health incident in the nearest city. By the next morning, the first cases reached us. My dad came home from work early, locks all the doors, tells us to stay inside no matter what. I remember my mum crying while watching the news. The broadcast cut out mid-sentence. That was the last we heard from the outside world. The screaming started that night. My parents, my sister Lily and I barricaded ourselves in our house. Dad had his hunting rifle. We thought we'd be safe. We were so wrong. I won't go into detail about how I lost my parents. I can't. Not yet. Maybe not ever. But Lily, I have to talk about. She was only 15. We were hiding in the attic when one of the uglies broke through. It bit her arm before Dad could shoot it. We'd already seen what happens after a bite. The fever, the convulsions, then the change. She begged me. She actually begged me to do it before she turned. Dad couldn't. Mum was already gone. So I did it. I still feel her blood on my hands, no matter how many times I wash them. After that, I ran. Found this cellar under an abandoned farmhouse at the edge of the village. It's not much, but it's safe. Heavy doors, Strong lock. They can't get in. I've made it homey, I guess. If you can call this living. I've got Lily's mattress down here. Couldn't leave it behind. Sometimes I sleep on it and pretend she's still here. Pathetic, I know, but it's all I have left of her. My supplies are organized on shelves against the wall. Canned food, bottled water, medical stuff. I've been rationing everything. 1 small meal a day, half a bottle of water, a tiny dab of antiseptic on my leg. Oh, my leg. I should mention that. Got it when an ugly nearly caught me during a supply run 3 nights ago. Not a bite, thank God. Just a nasty gash from falling through a broken window while escaping. It's not healing right. Looks red and feels hot. Probably infected, but not that kind of infected. Still, it's bad. I've got weapons. A crowbar I call Old Trusty has saved my life more times than I can count, and a revolver with 2 bullets left. Been saving those. 1 for emergencies, 1 for, well, when things get too bad. Or when I get bit. Whichever comes first. I only go out at night. The uglies are slower then, less aggressive. Don't know why. Maybe they're mostly blind and rely on hearing, or maybe they get tired like normal people. Who knows? All I know is night is safer. Last night I went to the pharmacy. Again. 3rd time this week, looking for antibiotics for my leg. Place has been picked clean, but I found some painkillers behind a fallen shelf. Better than nothing. I saw Jonah there. He was an ugly now. Jonah from school. The boy I had a crush on for 3 years, but never had the courage to talk to. He was standing in the corner, swaying slightly, making this awful gurgling sound. His face, God, his face wasn't even recognizable anymore. Bloated, grey, with these black veins spreading across his cheeks. His eyes were cloudy white. I hid behind the counter until he shambled away. Didn't have the heart to use Old Trusty on him. Stupid, I know. Sentimentality will get me killed. My throat hurts when I swallow. Started 2 days ago. Now I'm coughing up flecks of blood. Not sure if it's from the coughing or something worse. The pain in my leg is spreading up to my hip. When I change the bandages, the wound smells wrong, like meat left out too long. I've been thinking about the bullets a lot lately. 2 seems like a luxury now. I've seen what happens when people turn. I won't let that happen to me. Woke up in a puddle of sweat. Fever's worse. Leg is twice its normal size. Definitely infected. The regular kind, not the zombie kind. Small mercy, I guess. I had a dream about Lily. We were in the meadow behind our house picking wildflowers like we used to. She kept trying to tell me something important, but I couldn't hear her. When I got closer, her face started to change, skin turning grey, eyes going blank. I woke up screaming. The uglies heard me. They've been scratching at the cellar doors all morning. The sound is driving me mad. Scritch, scritch, scritch. They'll lose interest eventually. They always do. Until then, I'm trapped. My food is running low. 3 cans left. Water for maybe 2 more days. The painkillers are almost gone too. I took the last antibiotic pill yesterday, but it's not helping. My whole leg is on fire now. I keep thinking about before. How stupid we all were, worrying about exams and boys and what to wear, what I wouldn't give to have those problems again. I found a photo in my jacket pocket earlier. Me, Mum, Dad, and Lily at the coast last summer. We're all smiling. Lily has ice cream all over her face. I can't stop looking at it. I can't stop crying either. The scratching has stopped. They've moved on for now. I need to go out again tonight. Need medicine, need food, need water. But I'm so tired. So tired. I made it out. Don't know how. Dragged myself up the stairs, leg screaming in pain with every step. Used Old Trusty to help me walk. The village was quiet. Too quiet. Usually I can hear the uglies shuffling around, groaning. Tonight, nothing. It was like they'd all disappeared. I managed to reach the corner shop. Cleared out most of the food weeks ago, but I found a few cans that had fallen behind a display. Beans, soup, fruit cocktail. Feels like winning the lottery. No medicine though, my leg is definitely worse. The skin around the wound is black now. I can barely put weight on it. On my way back I saw them, all of them. Every ugly in the village gathered in the town square. Dozens of them just standing there, swaying slightly, all facing the same direction, east, like they were waiting for something or someone. I ducked down behind a car and watched. They didn't move, didn't make a sound, just stood there, staring. After about an hour, they all started shuffling away in different directions. Normal, ugly behavior resumed. What were they doing? What were they waiting for? Is someone coming? Another survivor, maybe? I don't dare hope. Getting back to the cellar was hell. Leg gave out halfway, and I had to crawl the rest of the way. An ugly almost spotted me. Old woman Jenkins from the post office. What was left of her anyway? I froze, holding my breath, praying she wouldn't look down. She passed within inches of me. I could smell her, like rotten eggs and copper. Once she was gone. I dragged myself back here. I'm burning up now. Can't keep water down. Every time I cough, there's more blood. 2 bullets. Keep thinking about them. Bad night. Fever dreams. Saw Lily standing at the foot of her mattress, watching me. She wasn't an ugly in the dream, just Lily in her favorite blue dress, looking sad. When I reached for her, she shook her head and pointed to the revolver. The pain is constant now. My leg, my throat, my head. Everything hurts. The infection is spreading. I can see red lines tracking up from the wound, across my thigh, toward my stomach. I keep thinking about the woods behind our house. Lily and I used to play there. There's a spot where the trees thin out, and you can see the sky perfectly. In autumn, the leaves fall in spirals, red and gold like rain. Lily used to lie on her back and watch them, laughing as they landed on her face. I think that's where I'll go, when it's time. I've made my decision. I'm going to use 1 bullet, save everyone the trouble of putting me down after. I'm going to walk, or crawl if I have to those woods. I'll find that spot. I'll watch the leaves fall one last time. Maybe Lily will be there waiting. This diary is all that's left of me now. If anyone finds it, know that I tried. I really tried to survive. But there's no point anymore. Not in this world. Not alone. My name was X. I lived in Thornwick Village. I survived for 27 days after the end of the world. I killed my sister out of mercy. I'm about to kill myself for the same reason. The fever's making it hard to write. Words keep blurring. Need to finish this before I can't. I'm leaving tonight, taking old Trusty, the revolver, and this diary, leaving everything else behind. Don't need it where I'm going. Lily's mattress. That's the hardest thing to leave. Last piece of her I have. Slept on it one final time last night. Thought I could smell her strawberry shampoo. Probably just the fever playing tricks. I'm so tired. My leg is black from knee to hip now. When I cough, it's mostly blood. 2 bullets. Only need 1 now. The woods. The falling leaves. Lily. That's where I'm heading. If you're reading this, don't come looking for me. By the time you find this, I'll be gone. This is X, signing off. I hope wherever I'm going, it's better than here. I hope Lily's there. I hope... Story 18. I still don't know what to make of what happened to me. I've never been superstitious, but after everything that's gone down, I'm questioning everything I thought I knew about the world. It all started back in 2000, when my husband Jake and I moved into our first apartment together in Glenwood. We were newlyweds, excited about starting our life together in this quiet little town. Our apartment complex was nice enough, not fancy, but clean and affordable. We had a ground floor unit with a small patio that faced the courtyard. Across from us lived this elderly woman. I never knew her name. We weren't the type to go around introducing ourselves to everyone in the building. But I noticed her right away because of how odd she was. This woman had a collection of plastic flowers on her patio. Not just a few, her entire space was filled with them. Fake tulips, roses, daisies, you name it. But here's the weird part. She would water them. Every single day, without fail, she'd come out with her little watering can and meticulously water each plastic plant. The dirt would be soaking wet, creating this gross, muddy mess. But the flowers, being plastic, never changed. I pointed this out to Jake one morning. "Why would anyone water fake plants?" I asked. He just shrugged it off. "Maybe she's confused. Old people get like that sometimes." I tried to accept that explanation, but something about it didn't sit right with me. The way she did it was too deliberate, too consistent. This wasn't confusion, it was ritual. We lived there for almost 2 years, and during that time I observed her whenever I could without being obvious about it. She never had visitors, never spoke to anyone, just tended to her plastic garden and occasionally watched people from her window. Her face was always expressionless, like a mask. About a year into living there, something happened that I still can't explain. It was around 11 at night, and Jake and I were watching TV when we heard sirens. We stepped outside to see fire trucks and an ambulance pulling up to our building, right in front of the old woman's apartment. From what we gathered from the commotion, she had called 911 herself, but when emergency services arrived, she refused to open her door. They kept knocking, saying, "Ma'am, you called us. Please let us in so we can help you." But she just screamed at them to go away. Eventually, they had to force the door open. Jake and I watched from our patio as they went inside. When they emerged about 20 minutes later, one of the firefighters looked disturbed. I overheard him telling another, "She barricaded herself in the bathroom. Wouldn't say why she called. Just kept muttering something about it coming back." They didn't take her away. Whatever happened, it wasn't enough to warrant hospitalization or anything. But after that night, I became even more wary of her. I'd catch her staring at me sometimes when I'd leave for work, not just a casual glance. Her eyes would follow me, unblinking until I was out of sight. Fast forward to when our lease was up. Jake had gotten a better job across town, so we decided to move to a nicer place. The day we were loading up our U-Haul, something happened that still makes my skin crawl whenever I think about it. It was getting dark, maybe around 7 in the evening in late October. We were making our final trip to the truck with some boxes when I spotted her. The old woman was standing in the middle of the road leading out of our complex, just standing there. Cars had to drive around her, but she didn't move. She was wearing only a thin house dress despite the chilly evening. Her feet were bare and dirty. Her white hair was a tangled mess, like she hadn't brushed it in weeks. But it was her eyes that terrified me, completely blank, yet somehow focused intensely on us. As we approached with our boxes, she spoke. Her voice was raspy, like she rarely used it. "Where are you going?" she asked. Jake, always the friendly one, replied, "We're moving to a new place." "Why?" she pressed, not moving from the middle of the street. "Better job, bigger apartment," he said, clearly uncomfortable but trying to be polite. She didn't respond to that, just stared at us with those empty eyes. Then she said, "You shouldn't go, it's not safe." I tugged at Jake's arm, wanting to get away from her. We loaded our boxes and got into the truck. As we drove away, I looked in the side mirror. She was still standing there in the middle of the road, watching us leave, growing smaller in the distance, but somehow no less menacing as darkness fell around her. I tried to forget about her after we moved. Our new place was nicer, in a better neighborhood, but that's when things started going wrong. First, it was my aunt. Died suddenly of a stroke just 2 weeks after we moved. Then my mum was diagnosed with breast cancer. Jake lost his job, the very one we'd moved for, when the company unexpectedly downsized. Our car broke down and needed expensive repairs we couldn't afford. It was like a dark cloud had settled over our lives. For 2 years, it was one thing after another. We ended up having to move again, to a smaller, cheaper place, because we couldn't afford the rent anymore. I never connected these events to the old woman. Why would I? Bad luck happens to everyone, right? Until one day, in our third apartment in Glenwood. I was walking our dog, a beagle mix named Cooper that we'd adopted during one of the few bright spots in those difficult years. The apartment complex had a tennis court, and I was taking Cooper along the path that circled it. That's when I saw her. On the other side of the tennis court, standing in the middle of the path, was an elderly woman in a house dress. My heart nearly stopped. Even from that distance, I knew it was her, or someone who looked exactly like her. Same thin frame, same wild white hair. I froze, and Cooper started whining, pulling at his leash to go in the opposite direction. The woman was staring directly at me. I was at least 50 yards away, but I could feel her eyes on me like a physical weight. I decided to keep walking, taking a different path to avoid her. But somehow, she appeared ahead of me again. It was impossible. She would have had to sprint to get there before me, and I hadn't seen her move. This time, she spoke. "What a nice dog," she said, her voice exactly as I remembered it. "What's his name?" My mouth went dry. "Cooper," I managed to say. "Where do you live, dear?" she asked, taking a step toward me. I didn't answer. I turned around and practically ran back to our apartment, dragging poor Cooper behind me. I told Jake what happened, but he thought I was overreacting. "It's probably just some other old lady who happens to look similar," he said. But I knew better. It was her. Same voice, same stare, same feeling of dread she inspired in me. Less than a year after that encounter, Cooper got sick. The vet couldn't figure out what was wrong with him. He just faded away, stopped eating, stopped playing, until we had to put him down. I was devastated. Then I lost my job again. Jake's dad died unexpectedly. It was like before, a cascade of misfortunes, one after another. I started seeing her everywhere. In the grocery store, across the street from our apartment, at the bus stop. Always watching me, never approaching, just there. Always in that same house dress, regardless of the weather. I became convinced that she wasn't human. I know how that sounds, but hear me out. No one else ever seemed to notice her. When I'd point her out to Jake, she'd be gone by the time he looked. And the way she could appear in different places so quickly wasn't normal. I started researching local history, looking for anything about an old woman, or hauntings, or strange occurrences in Glenwood. I found nothing specific, but I did learn that the land our first apartment complex was built on used to be a care home for the elderly that burned down in the 1970s. Several residents died in that fire. Am I being followed by a ghost? Is she some kind of harbinger appearing before disasters strike? Or worse, is she causing these things to happen? I don't know. All I know is that after our last string of bad luck, we decided to leave Glenwood for good. We moved 3 states away to start fresh. It's been 6 months since we left. Things have been better. Jake found a good job. I'm pregnant with our first child. Sometimes I can almost forget about the old woman and everything that happened. But last week, I was at the park near our new house. I was sitting on a bench, enjoying the sunshine, when I felt a chill run down my spine, that familiar feeling of being watched. Across the pond in the center of the park, barely visible through the trees, was a figure in a house dress. I grabbed my things and ran home. I haven't told Jake. He's finally happy again, and I don't want to worry him. But I haven't been back to that park. I keep the curtains closed. I check the locks twice before bed, because I know she's out there, waiting, watching, and I don't know why she's following me or what she wants. All I know is that whenever she appears, horrible things happen. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to stop her. I don't even know what she is. All I know is that I'm terrified of seeing her again, standing in the middle of the road, asking me where I'm going. Story 19. Billy, I'm still trying to find a way to explain what happened to me 5 years ago. I've gone over it countless times in my head, tried to rationalize it, tried to convince myself it was just my imagination or that I was half asleep. But I know what I heard, I know what I felt, and it completely changed how I see the world. I was 16 at the time, living with my dad and older brother in our family home. Mum was there too, but my parents had basically separate lives by then. Same house, different schedules, minimal interaction. Classic staying together for the kids situation, even though my brother was 19 and I was definitely old enough to handle a divorce. But that's not what this is about. Our house wasn't particularly old or creepy, just a regular 2-story suburban home built in the early 90s. Nothing special about it, no tragic history that I knew of. My room was at the end of an L-shaped hallway on the second floor. You'd go up the stairs, turn right down the main hallway where my parents' and brother's rooms were, and then turn left down a shorter hallway that led only to my bedroom and a small storage closet. Before that night, I'd never thought much about ghosts or spirits or whatever you want to call them. I mean, I watched horror movies and enjoyed them, but I always saw them as just entertainment. I wasn't a hardcore skeptic. I kind of figured there was probably weird stuff out there we couldn't explain, but I definitely wasn't a believer either. My approach was basically, show me solid evidence and maybe I'll believe it. It was a Tuesday in October, around 11:30 at night. I remember because I had a history test the next day that I'd been studying for. I was tired and decided to call it a night, so I went to the bathroom to brush my teeth. Everyone else had already gone to bed. My brother was actually staying at his girlfriend's place that night. My dad was snoring away in his room. I could hear him through the wall, and my mum was in her bedroom reading. She always read before bed, usually with her door cracked open and her bedside lamp creating this triangle of light in the hallway. After finishing in the bathroom, I headed back to my room. The house was quiet, except for the hum of the heating system that had just kicked on for the night. I remember the carpet felt extra soft under my bare feet, and I was already thinking about how good it was going to feel to get under my covers. I turned the corner into that short section of hallway that led to my bedroom. I was maybe 3 or 4 steps away from my door when it happened. Aiden. Just my name. A whisper, but not like someone trying to be quiet from across the room. It was directly in my right ear, so close that I swear to God, I physically felt warm breath against my skin. The voice was clear as day, belonging to a young girl, maybe around 10 or 11 years old. I froze. Then instinct kicked in, and I spun around so fast I nearly lost my balance, pressing my back against the wall. My heart immediately started hammering in my chest. There was nobody there. The hallway was completely empty. I stood there for what felt like ages, my breath caught in my throat, my mind racing to process what had just happened. I kept thinking there had to be an explanation. Maybe my mom had called me and I'd somehow misheard her voice. But no, my mom was in her room on the complete opposite side of the house, and the voice I heard was nothing like hers. It was a child's voice, high-pitched and soft, but incredibly distinct. Maybe my brother was playing a prank, but he wasn't even home, and there was literally nowhere in that hallway for anyone to hide. It was just a straight shot with blank walls. I finally managed to make my legs work again and bolted into my room, slamming the door behind me and leaning against it. I was shaking, actually physically shaking. I've never felt that kind of fear before or since. It wasn't just being startled. It was this deep, primal feeling that something impossible had just happened. I didn't sleep much that night. I kept my desk lamp on and had my headphones in, playing music to drown out any possible sounds. Every time I started to drift off, I'd jerk awake with the sensation of that breath on my ear. The next morning, I was exhausted, but almost convinced myself it had been a dream or some weird half-asleep hallucination. I didn't mention it to anyone at breakfast. What would I even say? Hey, did you guys know there's apparently a ghost girl whispering in the hallway? They'd think I was crazy. But as the day went on, I couldn't shake it. The memory was too vivid, too specific. The way the voice had pronounced my name with a slight emphasis on the first syllable, the warmth of the breath. The absolute certainty that someone, something, had been right next to me. That night, I almost asked my brother to switch rooms with me, but I didn't want to explain why, and besides, I felt stupid being so affected by what could have been nothing. Instead, I made sure to go to bed early, before everyone else, so I wouldn't have to walk down that hallway alone in the dark. For the next few weeks, I developed this whole routine to avoid being alone in that part of the house after dark. I'd make sure to use the bathroom earlier in the evening, or I'd ask someone to get something from my room for me. When I did have to go down that hallway, I'd practically run, my eyes fixed straight ahead, refusing to look to either side. I started researching paranormal stuff online, but in a skeptical way at first. I was looking for explanations, sleep paralysis, but I was fully awake and moving, auditory hallucinations, the house settling in ways that might sound like a voice. None of it fit what I'd experienced. The more I read, the more I found stories similar to mine, people hearing their names called by voices they didn't recognize, experiences of feeling a presence right beside them when they were alone. It was both comforting and terrifying to know I wasn't alone in this. About a month after it happened, I finally worked up the courage to tell my brother. We were driving somewhere together, and I figured if he laughed at me, at least I wouldn't have to look him in the eye. To my surprise, he didn't laugh. He actually got really quiet, then asked me exactly where in the hallway it happened. When I told him, he nodded slowly and said, "That's weird. I thought I was the only one." Turns out about 2 years earlier, he'd had his own experience in almost the exact same spot. He hadn't heard a voice, but he'd felt someone tug on the back of his shirt, hard enough that he turned around expecting to see me or one of our parents. There was nobody there, and the sensation was so real that he'd spent the next several days convinced one of us was messing with him. We started comparing notes after that. Neither of us had ever felt anything strange in our bedrooms, only in that hallway. We couldn't find any pattern to when these things happened. His experience had been in the afternoon during summer, mine at night in fall. We even tried looking into the history of our house, but found nothing unusual. No deaths on the property, no reports of strange occurrences from previous owners. My mum noticed we were acting weird and eventually got the story out of us. She was skeptical but not dismissive, said she'd never experienced anything herself, but reminded us that her grandmother had always claimed to have the sight. I hadn't really paid attention to those family stories before, but suddenly they took on new meaning. My dad, predictably, thought we were making it up or influencing each other's imaginations. He's always been the strictly rational type. But even he couldn't explain how my brother and I had separate experiences years apart in the exact same location without ever discussing it. The strangest part of all this is that after that one time, I never experienced anything like it again in that house. No more whispers, no tugs on my clothing, nothing. But that single moment was enough. It fundamentally changed my perspective on everything. Before that night, I saw the world as mostly explainable. Sure, there were mysteries science hadn't solved yet, but given enough time and research, everything would eventually make sense. Now, I know better. There are things happening around us that defy explanation, that exist outside our understanding of physical reality. It's been 5 years, and I've since moved out for college. I've told this story to a few close friends, usually late at night when conversations turn to the weird and unexplainable. Some believe me, some don't. I don't blame the skeptics. I used to be one of them. But I know what I experienced. That single whisper in my ear, that one undeniable moment of contact with something I couldn't see or understand, was more convincing than any book, documentary, or second-hand story could ever be. It was proof, my proof, that there's more to this world than what we can observe and measure. I still get chills when I think about it. Sometimes when I'm alone in quiet places, I find myself tensing up, half expecting to hear my name whispered again. I probably shouldn't admit this, but occasionally I'll even speak out loud to empty rooms, just in case whatever or whoever spoke to me is still around, still listening. I don't know if it was a ghost or something else entirely. I don't know why it chose that moment to make itself known to me, or why it never happened again. I don't know if that little girl's voice belonged to someone who once lived in our house, or if it was something else entirely just taking a form my mind could comprehend. What I do know is this: that brief encounter changed me forever. You can spend your whole life reading about paranormal experiences, watching ghost hunting shows, or listening to other people's stories. But nothing, absolutely nothing, compares to experiencing it yourself. When it happens to you, when something impossible becomes undeniably real, it forces you to reconsider everything you thought you knew about reality. Sometimes I wonder if it will ever happen again, or if that was my one and only brush with whatever exists beyond our normal perception. Part of me hopes I'll get another chance to make contact, to maybe understand more about what happened. Another part of me is terrified of exactly that. All I know for sure is that somewhere out there, beyond what we can see or touch or scientifically prove, something exists. And sometimes, for reasons we may never understand, it reaches out to us. It whispers our names, and nothing is ever the same again. Story 20. I've never told this story to anyone outside my family, and even then, they never fully believed me. Looking back now as an adult, I still can't explain what happened in that house in Brookfield, and honestly, part of me doesn't want to try. We moved to Brookfield when I was 12. The house wasn't anything special, a regular two-story built sometime in the 70s. My parents were excited about the deal they got on it. I remember my mum saying, "For this price, it's practically a steal." I wish I'd known then why it might have been so affordable. Our neighbors eventually told us about the house's history. Nothing dramatic like murders or anything, but apparently the previous owners had hosted a lot of parties there. Wild ones. The kind where people would still be passed out on the lawn the next morning. The neighbors also mentioned the house directly across from us had a reputation for being haunted. According to them, people who stayed there would hear footsteps going to the bathroom at night when everyone was asleep. I remember rolling my eyes at this. Ghost stories never scared me much, until I started experiencing things myself. It started about 3 months after we moved in. I was lying in bed one night trying to fall asleep when I heard this faint metallic sound. It wasn't loud, just a gentle clanking, like someone carefully moving pots and pans around in the kitchen. My bedroom was at the far end of the upstairs hallway, the furthest from the kitchen, so I figured it was just my mom prepping something for the next day. She was always doing that, getting lunches ready or setting up the coffee maker. The sound continued for maybe 5 minutes, then stopped. I didn't think much of it until it happened again the next night, and the night after that. One night around 8 o'clock, I heard the familiar clanking and realized I was hungry. I figured I'd go down and see what my mom was making. I walked into the kitchen expecting to find her there, but the lights were off and no one was around. The sound had stopped the moment I reached the bottom of the stairs. "Mom?" I called out. No answer. I checked the living room where my parents usually watched TV in the evenings. Both of them were there, along with my older sister. "Did one of you just get something from the kitchen?" I asked. They all shook their heads. My dad even said they'd been sitting there for over an hour. I felt this weird sensation in my stomach, like I'd swallowed something cold. I didn't mention the sound. I just grabbed a snack and went back to my room, telling myself it must have been the pipes or the refrigerator making noise. But it kept happening. Almost every night, always around the same time, those metallic sounds would start up. Clink, clank, like someone was carefully sorting through utensils or gently stacking pans. Sometimes it would go on for a few minutes, sometimes for nearly half an hour. The weirdest part? After a few weeks, it became almost comforting, like white noise that helped me fall asleep. I know that sounds messed up, but it became so routine that I'd lie in bed waiting for it to start. When it did, I knew I could relax and drift off. I can't exactly remember when it stopped. I think it was sometime after I turned 15, but by then, other things had started happening. The second thing is harder to explain, and sometimes I wonder if I imagined it. I was 13, running down the hallway to my room. I passed my parents' bedroom. The door was open, and the room was dark because the curtains were drawn. As I ran by, I saw something from the corner of my eye. A tall figure, maybe 5 or 6 feet, dressed in brilliant white. Not just white, but this intense, glowing white that seemed to stand out in the darkness. I stopped and backed up to look again, but there was nothing there. The room was empty. And here's the thing, nothing in my parents' room was white. Their bedspread was navy blue, the curtains were beige, the walls were a soft yellow. There was nothing that could have created that bright white shape I saw. In my head, I started calling it the bride. I don't know why exactly. Maybe because of the white? It just felt like a name that fit. I only saw it that one time, but afterward, I always felt nervous passing that doorway when the room was dark. But the worst thing, the thing that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it, happened when I was 14. It was summer break, and I'd stayed up late playing video games. Around 2 in the morning, I needed to use the bathroom. Our house had this weird layout where you had to go down the hallway past the stairs to get to the bathroom. I remember opening my door very quietly, trying not to wake anyone up. The house was completely silent, except for the usual creaks of an older building. I took maybe 3 steps into the hallway when I heard it. A mechanical sound, like a chainsaw or an engine starting up. It wasn't outside. I'm certain of that. Our house had this specific echo to it, and outdoor sounds never had that quality. This was inside, somewhere downstairs. The sound grew louder, revving, up and down like someone was playing with the throttle. Verm, ver, verm. I froze. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me to run back to my room, but I couldn't move. The sound continued for what felt like forever, but was probably only 30 seconds or so. Then it stopped suddenly, leaving this heavy silence that felt even worse somehow. I managed to back up into my room and shut the door. I was so terrified I couldn't even think straight. I sat on my bed with my back against the wall, staring at the door. I needed to pee so badly, but there was no way I was leaving my room. I ended up holding it until morning, nearly 6 hours later. When the sun finally came up, I rushed to the bathroom, then went downstairs to check if anything was different. Everything looked normal. No chainsaw, no engine, nothing out of place. At breakfast, I asked my family if they'd heard anything strange during the night. They all said no. My dad even joked that I'd been playing too many horror games before bed. Maybe he was right, but I know what I heard. That chainsaw or engine sound never happened again, but that one experience was enough to make me afraid of being alone in that house, especially at night. I started keeping a flashlight by my bed. I'd make sure my bathroom trips were taken care of before dark. When I absolutely had to go at night, I'd practically sprint down the hallway with my eyes half closed. The clanking sounds in the kitchen continued on and off for about a year after that, but they seemed less threatening compared to what I'd heard that night. Sometimes I'd wonder if they were connected, the metal sounds, the white figure, the engine noise. Were they different ghosts, or was it the same entity showing itself in different ways? We lived in that house until I graduated high school. By then, the experiences had tapered off. Maybe whatever was there got bored with me or moved on. Or maybe I just got better at ignoring things I couldn't explain. What makes this all so strange to me is that I've never experienced anything similar in any other place I've lived, before or since. It was just that house in Brookfield. Sometimes I drive by it when I visit my hometown. It's had 2 different families living in it since we moved out. I always wonder if they've heard the kitchen sounds or seen the bride or been terrified by that mechanical noise in the middle of the night. I've thought about stopping and asking them, but what would I say? Hey, sorry to bother you, but does your house make weird noises at night? Ever seen a glowing white figure? They'd think I was crazy. So I keep this to myself mostly, but I know what I experienced. That house wasn't right. Something was there with us, something that seemed particularly interested in me. I still don't know why. And honestly, I don't want to know. Some mysteries are better left unsolved, especially when thinking about them still makes it hard to fall asleep at night. To this day, I can't hear the sound of a chainsaw or even a lawnmower starting up without feeling that same paralyzing fear I felt standing in that hallway at 2 in the morning, certain that whatever was making that sound wasn't human and wasn't something I wanted to see.